Hello?
Yes.
Huzzah! All right. How it goeth, everybody? Welcome to the ATLA stream. I am Sokka, played by Grant Corvin. Don't know why I introduced myself in the reverse order, but welcome to our stream of the ATLA watch along with our reactions. And I'm so glad to be here to kind of like open us up while our wonderful Azula and Zuko get ready to take things over. But while we're here, why don't we all introduce ourselves, shall we?
Yes, I must repeat the bit. I am me, also known as also known as my. Wait, I messed it up.
Do that, you're
I
not under
know.
yourself. Yep.
This is what I get for trying to do the same joke twice. Okay, okay. Anyways, hello, people. I am Curtis. Video person, YouTube algorithm manager thing. I helped Grant in his boat or something like that.
Basically, to translate what Curtis just said, many times our boat has been up the creek, and Curtis is one of the main people who saved us by repairing that ship.
Thank you.
Curtis is the paddle.
Yes. Okay.
It's the paddle and
works.
the thing. He's the thing. He's
I-
the thing.
I do like that as like a megalomaniacal self-introduction to be like, I am the Alpha and the Omega, the creek and the paddle.
I am the creek and
That's beautiful.
the boat.
I am the thing, and I can make sure the thing gets done.
Okay. Okay.
All hail Curtis.
Okay.
Curtis, are you Darkwing Duck?
Am I Darkwing Duck?
When there's
you-
trouble, you
That's
call Curtis Creates.
Sure. Within reason, I'm sure. Quick, let's move on before we get any more metaphors. I don't think I can
All
take
right, next person down.
too
the
much
line.
positivity.
Oh no, that's me. Hi, I am me, also known as myself, also known as Iris. I am. I have been an occasional like fixer or like helper of fixing miscellaneous stuffer like things like Walla or miscellaneous panel correction, not even correction, just snipping. Cutting, that's the word. Wow, I'm doing so well at this, you guys. I'm so real for
Yes.
this.
12 out of 10.
Yeah. I am I am also set to be the voice of Alua, but she has not shown up yet. Currently, I am here to be very hyped to finally, after that horrible botching of the live action show, watch Sokka get properly force femmed.
That
Okay.
is the term. All
As
right.
God intended.
Yes, got it. Oh no.
All right, who's next?
That would be me. Hello, everyone. My name is James Riley. I am the music director for the Book 4 Air Restoration Project.
Yeah.
And that's all I got.
Music man.
He means music wizard.
The music man, the music myth, the music legend.
James has done quite
The
a
do
lot of
guru.
good for our music team and everything.
Indeed.
I would
Anyway,
say music
hello,
wizard
everybody,
because he is nice and reliable.
Hell,
Go ahead, Kate.
Sorry.
it's like, all right. Hey, everybody. Don't worry about my voice suddenly being a little bit different. It's fine. I just had a little bit of a cough. Don't worry about...
Discount me!
Shut up, Sokka! Shut up! Don't ruin this for me! I had this whole thing planned out, and look what you did! Look what you did! That's why the boiling rock failed! It was because of your stupid canoe plan, all right? Canoe in the boiling water! What kind of idea was that?
You have to tell it like it is!
Girls, you're both pretty. I'm here. Sorry I'm late. We can all stop stalling.
Anyway...
Zuko, we told you before, just be yourself!
No, don't be yourself. Be anything but yourself.
Well, great. Now I've got the blue dragon and the red dragon saying two different things.
That if you're nervous about your enemy, just imagine them in their underwear.
Yeah?
I did that during the Day of Black Sun. It didn't work.
Oh,
Because, with Sokka, so I was like, oh no, he's
of
hot.
course it was Sokka.
Dad, do you imagine him in his underwear?
Why would I imagine Dad in his You know what Dad looks like in his underwear, Azula?
Hot.
He looks like he did in the Agni Kai when he burned me!
So, incredibly masculine and imposing?
No, shirtless and with a lot of hair.
We have very different memories of that day. How's everyone doing today?
What's your memory of that?
Suggestion. Can you ignore both dragons and do something else?
Can you pick a third dragon?
Did you just ask me to ignore dragons?
I just asked if it
I'm
was
sorry,
possible.
if 2 dragons show up and they start telling you to do things,
All
are you
right.
just gonna pretend
All
they're
right.
not there?
Next introduction.
Okay,
All right,
yes.
Angus spoken. Angus
Introductions.
spoken.
All right,
Yes.
let's get back into focus now. All right.
Right, now, get your own chair.
Oh, I was here first. Okay.
Hello, everyone. Lucia's here. I'm excited. Sorry I was late. What are we doing today? Episodes 3,
Four
4
through 6. 4 through
All
6.
right. Someone else knows what's going on. Thank goodness. Thank you. Thank you. How many people we got in chat today? How's everyone feeling? Is everyone rowdy? How rowdy is this chat compared to usual chats?
Rowdiness is standard, it looks like. But it's a
Standard
good amount.
rowdiness? Nah, I love this group. We're going to be more rowdy than standard.
To the Emperor, thanks for stopping in, but please get some sleep.
Don't be like us.
Your nation needs it.
Emperor,
Yeah, any-
Eurobody. Hello.
Today, I saw a post saying that the live action Avatar had better writing than the original.
Excuse me?
I got so upset. I think I kind of blacked out. Like I was. Just
Oh no.
Oh,
how
Them's
would
fighting
somebody-
words.
I know.
Anyway,
fire.
Cow,
But
I
that's why
think,
we're here. We're here to
Yeah.
cleanse.
yeah, Cow, I think it's your turn to introduce yourself.
Me? Oh,
Yes.
shucks. Okay. Howdy, howdy. I am Kawthar Harak Sharif. My friends call me Cow. I am very honored to be the voice of Toph in our Book 4 Air production. And I am also very grateful to be part of the writing team for some of our original content. I am a meme curator and a pun connoisseur, and I am here for a good time.
Yay.
yeah. I guess that's my turn now.
Do it.
Hey guys, I'm the voice of Aang and the showrunner of this show, and the head of video team.
Yay.
That's all I got.
The fearless
Let's
leader.
watch Avatar.
Okay. I was gonna say, wait, did Kate introduce?
I don't think he
think so.
got to.
He
Yeah,
started
introduce.
to.
Go ahead.
And then-
He went to get a chair.
Oh. Okay.
I could pretend
Well-
to be him since he was pretending to be Grant earlier, pretending to be
Sure.
Sokka.
Yeah, sure,
Alright.
sure.
All right, here. This is my Cade impression until Cade gets in here with his chair.
Mhm.
Hello, Cade here. But I guess you already knew that. So I voiced the Fire Lord, and also I'm on the writing team, and mostly I'm just really jealous that Lucia's Azula is so popular, because, like, I'm Zuko. What the heck? I should be more popular. So, like, tune in tomorrow for my Zuko Plays Dishonored stream, just so that Lucia could still be the funnier one, and I could fail, and my dad doesn't love me.
That's not how I talk. That's not how I talk. Hello, Cade here, though I guess you already knew that, huh? Anyway,
where did
I'm the
Cade
voice
go?
of
Who's this
Zuko. I'm
imposter?
also one of the writers, and I'm currently the one doing a stream for Dishonored tomorrow. You should go and check that out. Shameless plug is shameless. Just like,
Yes.
everything else I'm saying.
Hey,
Tune in.
Cow here, being tough. This is totally me. Anyway, Sokka, this is totally Cow saying that Cade's lame, and I agree with Lucia.
Anyway, hi,
I
my name's
always agree with
Grant,
Lucia.
and anyway, I think Cade's doing a bang-up job. There's a reason that I'm even letting him borrow this microphone.
I'm in charge. Anyway, who's next to introduce themselves?
I think that's everyone.
That is everyone, yeah.
Yeah. I was about to
Which
say,
is-
yeah.
Do I shoot?
Just real quick. We've got quite a few new people in chat, giving us compliments. We got Lowru saying that we make good content. That they love it. Thank you very much. We got a few other people. Winter Silverman. Yeah.
Mwah. Hey, everyone always asks me if I'm related to Sarah Silverman. So hi, am I related to you, Winter Silverman? Yeah, I'm Lucia Libesvia. I am one of the showrunners, the head writer, and voice of Azula. I am also the person that Ryoma most has to keep in line in this project, and that is how we yin and yang as Aang and Azula in this project. I don't know.
It's a tough job, but
and-
I'm
someone has
so
to do it.
caffeinated. Let's go. Let's start this stream. What are we
Alrighty,
doing?
I think we got it. Yeah. So, yeah, just explain then how this works.
Okay, so what happens is for copyright, we can't actually show the episodes. So if you have the episodes on your end, go ahead and pull them up. We will let you know when we are watching, and our stream will go muted. Everyone can go ahead and watch along with us. Once we are done watching an episode, we will come back. We will discuss it. We'd love to hear your feedback in chat. And as always, if you do a super chat, we will perform whatever you ask of us. Last time, someone had me do Poor Unfortunate Souls as Azula. To Zuko. So yeah, if you ask for something, our talented performers here will do them. And that's not just the voice actors. I'm sure James can play things on mayonnaise as an instrument if you really want him to.
Please don't ask me to sing. I'm contractually obligated to do it if you super chat.
Super chat him to sing.
Also, if you pay
Do
Kate for
it.
anything, make sure you pay me even just a penny more for something else, just to continue the shall we say tradition of me being better than Zuko. So
As is tradition.
as is tradition. So I'm using Grant's computer right now, so it says that I'm Sokka, but that's a lie. But that's fine. I don't mind being mistaken for Sokka. All right, we all ready to go?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm playing an obscure character, so I am practically completely exempt from this.
Time to
System.
upgrade you.
Yeah, that's true. Time to
Yeah.
give you a bigger role. Let's go.
Yeah.
Oh no.
We'll work on that.
My hubris.
Iris is about to have a bigger role than me at this rate. What the
Yeah.
hell?
No.
We'll get Iris to play Zuko's Scar.
Yeah.
Ah,
It'll be perfect.
okay.
All right, we ready to,
Okay.
to go?
Let's go watch an episode before anyone gets any ideas.
Yes.
All right.
Agree.
See you all on the
It's
other
too late.
side.
We live.
Do we?
Hello, everybody. I love that episode. I really do.
Mhm.
Before we get in talks, we have two new people here with us today, as of right now. We have a good old friend of ours. His name is Dorn. Would you like to introduce yourself to the stream, Dorn?
Yeah. Sorry.
Friend to
it's
the
just-
stream, patron to the project, and overall wonderful writer, Dorn. Say hello.
Oh, thank you. That's
And he
so kind
enjoys
of you guys.
Tolkien, which makes him legit.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Thank you guys. Thank you. Yeah, my name is Dornfist. I discovered this channel like probably exactly a year ago from now, and yeah, big Avatar fan. Love this crew. You guys are all amazing, and I only recently joined the writers' room, so happy to be here. And also, oh my god, this episode just cured my soul so much.
We will get to that in just a second. Also here now, one of our head artists. Unless I'm mistaken, I believe our head of character design, Melissa, is here.
I am Milk, and that's and now I'm leaving. Goodbye.
Short and sweet.
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
Welcome.
She's currently enjoying a nice vacation at the moment, but she was generous enough to come in here.
Oh, I just came back. I'm like working on a jet lag, so it's good to be here. I'm energized and just nice to revisit that episode. It's been so long.
It has.
Yay, lethargy.
All right,
Huh.
speaking of the episode, let's go down the list, see what everybody thinks about it, and chat. We'd love to hear your opinions too. Why did I call you guys chat?
Well, because they are chat.
Shush! I made a goof. Don't let them notice, Curtis.
Oh, sorry. No. No, this is why I stay in the video
know
team.
now. What are we gonna do?
Curtis,
I'm
Curtis,
just
just
writing
talk about the
comedy.
episode. Talk about the episode. Talk about the episode.
Everybody else, go.
Yes, episode. The Kyoshi stuff. Which it's weird because they gave us wasn't it a full 60-minute episode in live action?
45. Yeah.
45. Okay, yeah. So I mentioned it before when we were watching before, but the biggest thing I didn't like is how Suki gave Sokka special treatment in the episode because, as everyone pointed out, she was much more forward with her feelings. And I liked how they treated Sokka just as another one of them in all ways. And also how like Suki, they didn't because I feel like especially a lot of recent things have done is they're like, we have to have our strong female protagonist, but we can't let them show any romantic interest. So like they did, it's like Suki like literally waited until the last moment before she hinted at anything, and even then like it wasn't quite at the time when you first watch this, you just think she's a one-off character and she never comes back and that nothing would ever come
That
from
was
it. But
actually their original intention.
yeah. So that was I like that a lot better, how like she was fully like the cool warrior, and then it wasn't until the end after she said that, like, yeah, but yeah, I still do, you know, sometimes have feelings. So yeah.
All right. No, cool, nice. Dorn, would you like to discuss your opinions of this episode?
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, no, I think the runtime thing is really interesting because so much ground was covered. Like in summary, like I felt like so much ground was covered in these 20 minutes that wasn't covered in the live action, especially the elephant in the room, which is Sokka's arc, because it's like the first scene. Yeah, he's saying that comment about girls sewing, and then already by like a third of the episode, he's already gotten his rear hand, pardon my French, handed to him by Suki twice, and then he realizes, oh, it seems my worldview was wrong. I have to apologize. I should do better. And also, I feel like this is maybe someone I could learn from. So that for me is like the best thing. And then also Zuko being angry, and also the fact that he's the one who started the fire, if I'm not mistaken, by the little thing he did while he was on the floor. But I believe that was him. And I wish we really had gone that in the live action instead of like our friend Mutton Chops Zhao just showing up like, "Hey, I'm a thing." I would have preferred Zuko to be though. I think it's much better for Zuko to be the one to do that because of what happens later. Even though, yeah, this is all him just trying to prove himself in the eyes of his father, but yeah, and oh yeah, and also the elephant koi and the other creature was really nice. But yeah, I just feel like it's just so much better, just like how much ground was covered in just 20 minutes. Yeah.
Cool, cool. All right, we'll circle back to me and Lucia's opinion. So, Iris, what do you have to say about this episode?
Um, I think it says um I think it is one of those parts where Sokka gets a lot of like I like this episode. Gets a lot of like moments where he has to pick up a skill set in a very short amount of time, which is like sort of the timeline of Avatar is the most wonky, I think, sometimes when it comes to him. But I do think it is kind of existentially funny that it takes him like 3 days in that village to be like, fine, I'll wear the dress. And I think it would have like I don't know, I think it would have taken them like a week to kind of start Nani, but that's that's its own thing.
I can elaborate on that, but I
I
will wait my turn.
incidental like small thing that I hadn't really noticed before, but that I really liked, and that is an indication of them using their time really efficiently, is I think that little sequence where someone says like oh the avatar is here, and then like tells that to the fisherman, who tells it to like the salesman, who tells it to to someone
The
who buys your
soldiers buying
fish,
food for
who
Zuko.
is one of Zuko's crew, which is like that takes them like 10 seconds, and it's just a really good little micro example of how this show can be really good at using its short episodes.
All right, cool, cool. James, what do you have to say?
Listening more intently to the soundtrack this time around, um, I noticed that when Aang's riding the elephant koi, they get the penguin sledding theme going again. I only ever associated that theme with like the penguin sledding, or like certain fun moments on Appa. Didn't realize how prominent it was throughout the show, and they got a little more intense with it here too. I guess because the fish are a little more intense than the penguins. Also, a theme that I would later associate with Suki, specifically later on in the episode, seems to be a theme for all of Kyoshi Island in this episode. That one. Yeah, that's prominent throughout this episode, and not just for Suki. So
I do love the little musical flourish every time the Kyoshi warriors are in a scene. That like
yeah,
ba-da-da-da-dum.
yeah. I use that in book 4 when they first appear in Is it towards the end of episode 2?
It was towards the end of episode 1 because it's the one conversation between Mei and Zuko as a couple before she dumps him.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I tossed that in there.
And you did it greatly.
Thank you.
I didn't notice until this watch through how when Zuko shows up, they play like the Kyoshi instruments, but into a more like Western style, like a Western standoff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I thought that was really cool.
I think like this episode was the first time I realized that boy, there must be a lot of Triceratops rhino poop on
Komodo
Zuko's ship.
rhinos.
Because they have several of those things in a tiny cramped space. That cannot be comfortable.
Anything else, James?
Hey, James, want to see how Azula feeds like Komodo rhinos? Throw Zuko at once.
Yeah, this episode is overall charming. I very much enjoyed that painter, and never thought it was possible to photobomb a painting before, but they did it.
Painter guy, best guy.
I actually think
I'd
that
leave
the painting. I actually think that painting guy is one of the most underrated jokes in Avatar because you can hear him like talking to himself, trying to fix it every time.
Oh, there's
This is
another.
the first time I noticed that. I love the just increasing annoyance in his voice.
He's like,
but he's still doing it. He's still trying to do what he was commissioned for.
What a champion.
A real champ.
He did a good job.
All
All
right.
things considered.
All right, so, Cow, it is your turn to voice your opinions.
My turn. Okay.
Hurry before I change my mind.
I'm so sorry. Okay. I love this episode. I love the Kyoshi Warriors, queens. We love to see it. I love also the pacing of this episode and pacing of the Avatar show in general. I think they do a really good job of balancing world building with like almost like a filler or a fluff, if you will, but it's all very meaningful. Like it all adds to the world building, all of it adds to the characterization of these characters. It's nothing is wasted. So even though it's like, oh, this is downtime, like this is not propelling the plot, it is. It's setting up the characters, it's fleshing them out, and it's also just really, really enjoyable for the audience. Like this episode just felt so like cozy and warm to me, just good vibes all around. I also love because you get to see the impact that previous avatars have had culturally on the world. Like yes, this is a specific example because it's Kyoshi Island. Kyoshi is, a really powerful avatar, but it's cool to see like that legacy and the imprint that it has left even all these, hundreds of years later. It's still very much a part of the culture, very much a part of their way of life. So I really like that. And then I love Suki and I love the Kyoshi Warriors. I love that it addresses Sokka's misogyny, but again, it's not like intentional, malicious, like I hate women. It's not that. It's just truly from a very small worldview, like a limited worldview. And as he's left the Southern Water Tribe, as his horizons have expanded, he's getting introduced to other ideas, other concepts, new information. And it is also really great to have somebody so self assured, even though they have a very limited experience, kind of have the rug pulled out from under them. Like, hey, you don't know everything that you think you know. There's a whole wide world of things that you don't know yet. And I think that this is like the first moment of like, check yourself, Sokka, which I appreciate because that is what allows him to kind of take a step back, reevaluate, like self assess. Okay, so what do I actually know? Where am I realistically at? So that he can be the amazing, awesome leader and tactician and just like better person that he is later on. So I really, really appreciate this because this isn't like some devastating, traumatic blow. Oh my God, I've been beaten by a woman and I will never recover. It's not that. It's truly just a like, oh, there are people who are better at things than I am, and I am not as good at everything that I think I am, nor do I know everything that I thought that I knew. And it's a very humbling moment in a non-aggressive way that lets him move forward and lets him, honestly, I feel like it makes him thirstier for like knowledge, or like it gives him that hunger to improve, because now he's not satisfied with where he was at. He realizes that, hey, I am not this all-knowing amazing guy. There's a lot of room for me to grow. And so I think that's really cool. Plus, sets up the whole Suki bit. And like a girl liking you, anyone liking you is always good for confidence. So I think it does a good job of like, let me humble you real quick, and then also show you you're not crap. You have your merits. You can just, everyone can always do better. I also love the unagi and the koi fish, like learning about the animals of this world and just the different creatures and stuff. That's really, really fun. And just the villagers in general. And then I also really love how they handled the butting heads with Aang and Katara. Aang trying to be reasonable but also not overbearing, and that like, this is what we have to do and you have to listen to me. And warning Aang about what she expected to happen, and then it does end up happening. But she doesn't want to, like, she is getting annoyed with it because she's like, hey, I told you this was going to happen. But she's also not like, oh, I told you so and we need to leave and that's not what she does. She gets annoyed, she gets frustrated, and that's obvious. And Aang gets annoyed and frustrated because he's kind of at war with himself and having to step up in maturity in that way, because he was warned, but she's not his mom. That's clear. So it's his choice that he needs to own up to. And so you see them butting heads, but you also see them resolving it in a very healthy way. Like, yeah, I'm annoyed with you, but also you are my good friend and I'm not gonna leave you in the dust. And it's really cool because it's a growth moment for both of them in different ways, and it ultimately makes their bond stronger as they resolve it. I will stop talking though, because I really will talk forever. Thank you.
Well, it's
Cal,
always
one
lovely
quick
to
question.
hear you talk, Cow.
To circle back to the Kyoshi Warriors and your opinion on them, would
Yeah.
you say that you're a fan?
Fan.
I love you, Iris.
And this is where James would angry react if he could.
Pun connoisseur indeed. Thank you.
Where's that
Well,
angry emoji in this?
All right, okay, all right. So it is Melissa, if you would like to speak, it is now your turn. It will very soon be Lucia's. We just have 2 more people to go through.
Okay,
Yeah,
fine.
sure.
I'll be good.
I just wanted to say, like, that animation in the beginning with Aang just running away from, like, the what was it,
The unagi.
elephant? Yeah, that giant unagi. That was just like so like out of character. Like in the beginning, it like you can tell like book 1 is still kind of feeling it, and like that was like the most elastic you'll see Aang in this entire show, I think.
He was also
I just
super
remember.
shiny in that lead up to it too.
Yeah, I know he's supposed to be in the water, but he just looks like he's been dipped in some sort of oil, which is weird. Even as
not
a kid, I thought
boiled.
it was weird. Not boiled, no. But we'll save that for a special occasion. But like,
Maybe that
yeah,
was the oil from the Fire Nation ships.
I was going to say, unless the koi fish have really oily scales.
Zuko is just polluting all of the. He's been looking for Aang in that area
Oh
for
no.
so long. He's just been polluting everything.
He's an ecological disaster.
Yeah.
so that means Aang has to be Captain Planet.
You're right. You're so.
Yes.
I mean, he kind of is already.
He kind of is
Don't.
already.
I will
Save
sing
the
the Captain
world.
Planet theme. Do not test me.
Look, to spoil a little bit, what is the Hey Bye episode if not a Captain Planet episode?
You're not wrong.
That is true. You gotta plant that acorn, people.
Does that make
else is
Roku
the world
Gaia?
gonna
I'm
plant?
just curious.
Wind,
Just real.
water, heart, go, Avatar.
With your powers combined, I am the Avatar.
Oh my
The bridge
god.
between worlds.
The bestest.
Sokka's even heart. We've got everybody.
Oh, he's fan and sword. Yeah.
With
Suki.
and sword.
Yep. 100%. Last thing I just want to say is that the Komodo rhinos, I hope we get to see that in the actual show. Maybe there's enough budget for it, but I do miss them. That's about it.
Me too.
All right, Ryoma, what do you have to say?
I
And
don't
remember,
really have.
whatever you say will be immediately followed by Azula.
Oh god.
No
Can
pressure.
and will be used in a court of Azula.
In the court of law.
In the court of volleyball.
I'm starting to have regrets now. Okay.
Too late for regrets. Go, 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 go.
Right. I got it. Okay. I like how this episode isn't just a transformation for Sokka, but also for Aang. It's a pretty small kid's plot, but it works with the themes with the episode. He has to work with his ego. It gets to him. but I like how the Unagi started off as this thing to show off, and he just has no control at all. And as the plot moves away from his ego and he has to save everyone, it ends up being positive for Aang in general. And yeah, I just like that little detail. And I forgot he managed to take control of the Unagi. This is just it was a pretty cool sequence. And that's all I got to say. Cal pretty much said everything else I wanted to say.
I'm so sorry, Rio.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say before we let Iris like say her question, it was like it's always a pleasure when Cal like has a chance to speak because I had a bunch of things I was gonna say, but I could probably just say in like read Cal's like whole thing and
Yeah, exactly. She's great.
You guys are
Alright,
so
alright,
sweet.
because she's been patient. It is now Lucia's
Let my
turn.
queen.
I got a cookie because I was good. I'm a good person now. I redeemed Azula.
You got a
waited
cookie.
patiently.
Yeah,
Free
yeah.
my girl.
We
Anybody who's
know you're
watching the
redeemed. You're a
Dishonored
good guy.
stream, I hope you like the phrase going, I'm a good person now.
I'm a good person now.
Yeah,
All
Every
right.
week.
I want to apologize to everyone for last week's stream. I forgot to mention that Aang going into the Avatar state and waterbending not only served as a reveal that he was the Avatar in episode, what was it?
2.
Two. It also served as incredible foreshadowing and a bookend because how does the finale of this season end? With Aang
Oh,
being
snap.
using with the ocean spirit and using this, so like his first time ever bending another element in the Avatar state, setting up at the end the echo of him in the Avatar state with the entire ocean like possessing him. Anyway,
That is
I
brilliant,
apologize.
and I'm really mad I didn't realize it sooner. You are a genius, and I love you forever.
It was like the moment we ended the stream, I was like, I didn't say that. I'm bad. Okay, I do have a lot of opinions about this, and it's a shame because I think Suki's one of those characters that some people don't think about a lot, right? Like a lot of people are just like, she's cool, she's Sokka's girlfriend. And then other people absolutely adore. Like some people just would die for Suki. And personally, I completely understand why, even though Suki doesn't get the most development, why some people would like ride or die for her. She's amazing. And something that I was really kind of sad about is in their pursuit of making Sokka not sexist, 'cause that was iffy, they took it away from a character where it could be called out and challenged and corrected, and it seems like they've kind of added it to the narrative instead. So now the world is sexist instead of Sokka, and it's unfortunate because I really, and I saw some of you guys in chat talking, and I want to bring it up specifically as you guys were talking about it. And what you guys were talking about was why was Sokka sexist in the original? And I know a lot of people have said, why are you guys upset that they took that out? It was only 4 episodes. It's not that important. But I think that the people who are upset about it being taken out aren't saying that it was long or that it needs to be extended, but rather how important it is, right? Because like something can be short-lived and important. And I think it's extremely important. I agree with those people, including those of you in chat that were saying it, because Sokka's sexism isn't for funsies. Sokka's sexism isn't necessarily something he learned. Sure, it is a direct result of the Fire Nation's attempted genocide on them. It is because the Fire Nation has killed so many of them and they have been decimated and all of the men had to leave to go fight that Sokka feels this deep responsibility to take up his dad's job and be the man of the village. But he's not, right? Like he can't. He's a child. When they left, he was like, what, 9, 10, 11? He was a baby, right? And so he's basically a tryhard playing in the snow, and he's trying to emulate what he thinks being masculine means, what he thinks it means to be a man. And this is all just what a child is making up, like a child playing dress up. And this is important because Sokka recognizes, and we know this later, that Katara took on a lot of the work to be mom, right? Like she took on a lot of labor. And that's a lot of Katara's frustration and anger comes from this, culminating in her standing up against Paku, trying to put her in that subservient role. Because her whole life she's lost her childhood, having to do this. Sokka recognizes that he is not as successful at Katara at taking up dad's role. He's not unaware. It's his insecurity. That's why he has to put on the big, oh, I'm the big, strong man, Katara. Don't argue with me. And by removing that, we not only lose characterization from Yuki and Katara because they both challenge that. I feel like the narrative now picks up with being sexist in making Katara so passive and always making her wrong and older brother place and tell her to stop being a child. But more than that, Suki being just boy crazy is upsetting to me because it's not that there's anything wrong with a girl guy is. There's nothing wrong with that. But it's more that if we watch her here, Suki was not impressed that he was just cute. Sokka talked down to her, and Suki was calm, Suki was polite, but look how she put him in his place, because she knows what she is. She's confident, she has a spine, and she doesn't even have to be rude or angry or shout like Katara. Suki can be calm and secure in herself and just go, embarrass yourself then.
One of the best
And
parts too.
yeah, and I love that Sokka humbled himself, because then we love him, we root for him, right? We see the kid just get
Yeah.
completely trashed, and we admire Sokka so much more for having the humility to come and bow and say, look, I messed up, I'm bad, can you please teach me? We admire him so much more than that. Then we admire, the other Sokka, in my opinion, in the live action for just going, yeah, I'm a great warrior, and Suki like believing this, like, yeah, me being warriors. It's for someone in the chat who said, I think Aang was compliment Sokka's dress. You could be right. It's possible.
was me.
It's hard to tell. I also love seeing Aang get a taste of all the attention and be a little bit taken by it. Because, he's only 12, and most of the time he has to be a wise old. But the thing I
Yeah.
really take away from this episode that I think is a shame they removed, because I know they felt the need to take away this and make Aang, but I think the biggest loss here is that the whole point of Aang being greedy is not only that he's 12, he's the only person on the planet who got to have a childhood. Nobody else did. Whether you're Fire Nation, Water Tribe, everyone has only known it's been 100 years.
Lucia, I think you're lagging.
But you said
Oh.
everyone's only known the war, right? That's
Wait.
what you're saying?
Are you guys, can you guys, I don't know what would make me lag. You guys hear
Oh.
me now?
I think it was
Yeah.
more just you cutting out a little bit, but yeah, we hear you now.
Yeah, it might have
Okay.
been like a microphone
I was saying
thing.
Aang is the only person who has ever had a childhood without war. Did that come through?
Except
You
for
got cut a
war.
little bit on war, but yeah.
No, yeah,
It
we
might just be a
understood, though.
game thing.
I don't know why it's doing it. Well, nothing's changed. I don't know why it's. I'm literally right up against the mic, so I don't know. Can you
It
guys
might
hear me
be
now?
Yeah.
Discord BS.
It's Discord or the
Discord's
internet.
probably sexist.
Should I shout louder? I can talk
No,
louder.
don't do.
Does this help? Can you hear me better now? I can shout.
you know,
You are
Did it work though? Tell me.
it did work.
Yeah, your
Okay,
ears
I'll
were
talk louder.
out.
Aang is the only person who had a childhood without war. It's been 100 years. Whether you're Fire Nation, Water Tribe, or Earth Kingdom, whether you are oppressor or oppressed, nobody in this world has known a childhood without war except for Aang and later Bumi, which is why it also doesn't make sense that they made Bumi bitter. The whole point is okay, and this is a bit of a tangent, follow me on this. I recently saw a Gen Alpha person post that they think it's bullshit that once upon a time somebody could have a regular ass minimum wage job and afford a house and support a family. They were like, that never happened, that's propaganda. And the comments were filled with people of boomers, Gen X, millennials, all of them saying, no, this was real. We all lived it. And the Gen Alpha OP did not believe them, even with all these people saying this. That's only a generation ago that people lived that way. And already people have forgotten this. Imagine 100 years. Like, damn, dude. Nobody in this world remembers what it's like to be a child before the war, except for Aang. So the fact that Aang is silly and frivolous is so important because as much as he needs Katara to get on his ass and go, Aang, be the Avatar. You can't stay here. You have to focus, which is also important. It is crucial that Aang goes around the world in book 1 being silly and teaching people how to play. And nowhere is this more apparent than with Sokka, who you'll remember in episode 1 says, you can't fight the Fire Nation with fun. How does he beat the airships at the end of the show? With a freaking birthday prank. It's important. And all of those setups are gone, and I'm just kind of sad about it. That's all.
Can I tack on a thought to what you said? Actually, 2 thoughts, if that's okay.
Go for it.
I know I went already. I wanted to say for this thing that you said about fun, I think that's super crucial because so much of Aang winning people over is through this sort of childlike wonder naivete. Like people are like, well, how can you like that's too optimistic. That would never work. Why on earth would that possibly work? But because Aang had a childhood, because Aang is this hopeful soul, even though he has witnessed, later in the series, a lot of the darkness, a lot of the horrible ramifications of 100-year war, he still has this hopeful, like childlike belief in things working out. And I think that is one of his most powerful tools in winning people over, in raising the morale of everyone he meets and gaining people's like momentum behind him.
Hope.
So just to piggyback on that. And then I had one other thought from something you said, talking about Sokka and also Katara, how it's good thing that like he had a fault and he was proven wrong, and how you go from there. I think it says so much about a character and how they handle being wrong. I think there is so much to learn about a character in the way they handle being corrected, being wrong. And you see this with Sokka, you see this with Katara, you see this with Aang and even Toph.
Yeah,
Any
all
of our
them.
core gang members have moments where they are proved wrong, and you get to see how they come to terms with that and what it says about who they are. And I think what's really important is for all of our protagonists, even if they have immature or not the healthiest responses initially, they are our protagonist because eventually they are able to work through whatever discomfort or difficult emotions they are experiencing with being wrong and ultimately come to the right decision from like a moral standpoint. And I think that's a really important thing for not just kids but everyone to see in characters that you admire, is seeing like, yeah, being wrong really sucks and it's really hard and sometimes we stumble, but ultimately working through that to make the right choice for yourself is possible. I don't know. I just think that's really, really
No, I
incredible.
agree. Flaws are
Oh, yeah.
changeable. They can be called out
Oh, yeah.
rather than they're just part of the universe. Also, I want to say, and I say this with no disrespect towards people that ship Azula as a lesbian, totally valid. I just am surprised that Azula is the one that everyone headcanons as gay or bi, when Suki is a warrior woman on an island of all warrior women who tells Sokka they don't train boys, and the only time she decides he's cute is after he puts on drag. I'm just saying.
Hmm.
I'm shocked that Suki isn't the one everyone jumped on for her sapphic vibe.
Exactly, because like she has one relationship and it's
Absolutely, absolutely, she's been. One
like
thing actually that's serious that I was frustrated by in the live action, Suki says, "Sokka, thank you for bringing me the world," and I was really tilted because
that.
you'll notice in this one,
It's the
Sokka's the one
opposite.
grateful to her, and now Suki's the one like simping for him, even though all he brought to the island was
Well,
destruction.
not just that, but also like this is one of his first big introductions to like the wider world. So like,
Yeah,
Right.
and
It
the
feels
other
like the
thing is,
opposite.
in the original, she later tells us that it was Aang who inspired her because Aang is not only the avatar, he is the reincarnation of Kyoshi, the woman who Suki has modeled her whole life after. So it makes way
mhm.
more sense that she was inspired by a person who embodies her personal, idol, her personal convictions. But now it's just cute boy kissed me, so he brought the world to me, and I just think that is so disrespectful and such a reduction of Ki's character to just make her a boy simp rather than somebody who was inspired by the avatar. Like, yeah, she thought that boy was cute, but like it's more important is that I got to see my idol like right here reincarnated, and it inspired me to join the war effort.
Can I have
Man.
one
Which
more
is
little
fueled by her
tangent?
personal ideals, not just
Not just boy
romantic
cute.
Yeah,
inclination. Yeah.
I'm not sure
Cal,
why
can
they
I?
made that change. I feel like
Uh,
maybe they were just afraid to put a guy in a dress in the year of our Lord 2020. Oh.
Yeah,
Go
yeah.
ahead,
I think
Irish.
it's because people like were like because drag is more controversial now somehow because we live in a very cool and normal world. But
Yeah.
I wanted to springboard off of what Cal said earlier because I think it's in addition to what you said about, characters like taking being wrong and then like how the show can say quite a bit about them or at least like give us a first introduction of how this character acts, like when they are presented with that sort of thing. I think it's interesting that they also sort of contrast that with the little Zuko bits, because like he starts out with not necessarily turning out to be wrong, but he gets bad news and he like says he can take it calmly and then just immediately flips out. And
Yes, I agree,
like
Iris. Sorry, continue.
he does a lot of those things like wrong, and then later on the show like sort of doubles back on that by showing that he's a slow learner. That's like one of his defining traits, and that doesn't mean he shouldn't be given a chance. So it
Right,
sort
and
of
I
like
agree
serves a dual
because
purpose.
before, like you said, Zuko has so short temper, and when he is faced with being wrong, he doesn't handle it well, and he doesn't, even after some time, is not really making the smart choices from that information being given to him.
Cade wanted
Sometimes
to
he's
talk about
digging
that.
his
Cade wanted
heels
to talk
in.
about that a little bit as Zuko too. Sorry, you go ahead and finish
No,
first.
no, I'm sorry. So yeah, sometimes Zuko's really digging his heels in and like, well, regardless, this is what I'm doing. And I think it is like that pride as I am, I am a prince of the Fire Nation. And because he was handed a big steaming pile of that sucks at 13. But you see, as he does have that redemption, as he does have that character arc and that ginormous growth later on in the series, he is able to accept being wrong and work through it and make smarter choices, much like the gang is. So I think that's just really cool, like subtle thing where like our protagonist and Zuko at this point is not a protagonist, but later he does become one. It's like when you're a protagonist, you can eventually make the right choice because it's the right choice, even when it sucks to be wrong. So I think that's like a cool little subtle bit that I enjoy. I'm gonna drop it there.
So Cade wanted to say something about Zuko as someone who plays Zuko and thinks about the character way too much. Really quick before I pass it to him and then we move on to the next episode. We have a question in chat. When will Book 4, Episode 5 release? And to that, I want to say Book 4, Episode 5 is really exciting because we have a bunch of original content that's never been seen before, made by a lot of incredible artists, including Rick Orange, including Melissa, who's right here. In fact, Melp, who is phenomenal. Her use of colors, you guys are gonna love it. Including Vago for anyone who's a fan of Vago. So a lot of really talented artists on it. You're gonna see stuff that you haven't seen ever before, never been released, and I think you guys are gonna love it. And that is the last episode we have for you before we move on to the search. Now I'm gonna pass it over to Cade so he can
Sorry,
go ahead
if
and
I
give his
can, sorry, real quick thing, if I might, I would like to point out that this person did not ask it; they named themselves that, which I think is also very interesting.
No, actually, it's their name is in Arabic, so it's on the right side rather
Oh, is
than the
that?
left.
Oh, okay, never mind. I take that back. Okay, I should.
How can you read it?
I can try to sound it out, but I'm not good with non-Quranic Arabic because I don't see the vowels. I see Aleph, I see Ha, I see Mim, I think, and so I think it's Muhammad is the first name. That would be
You're
my
way
guess.
too talented. I'm not gonna lie. I was expecting you to make a blind joke saying that's why you can't read.
I won't attempt on the last name, but I'm pretty sure the first name is Muhammad. That's
You
my
are
best
so
guess.
talented. My goodness. My goodness.
Arabic was my first language, but I am very much no longer fluent.
I hear you. As also a mixed race bilingual person, I hear you. Same.
All right. Anyways,
Wanna go ahead?
thank you for enlightening me, Cade. Speak.
Don't tell me what to do, Curtis.
Okay.
Thank you. I have no authority.
Quick,
to
do it
say that
again.
He's on leadership. Do what again?
Don't worry about it.
Wow, you are so good
Take
at
your
this.
turn.
Yes, sir, Ryoma Sensei, sir. Anyway, as someone who thinks about Zuko a lot, as some would say, too much.
The right amount.
Thank you. I would say the thing that I kept wishing upon watching Natla's Zuko, I just wanted every time Dallas was on screen, I was like, I just want him to be a little bit angrier, just a little bit angrier, just a little bit, just angrier. And I could tell Dallas really, really wants to be angry, but somebody is not letting him be angry. And then you get to the point where even though he is still technically on Kyoshi Island, because Zhao's there and Zhao's the one attacking the town, Zuko just gets to go straight for the Avatar and avoid all possible non-Avatar casualties, just kind of magically.
Oh yeah, he tries to kill Suki. I remember.
So yeah, I was gonna say, and I also appreciate how after I think it's 2 episodes of Zuko just kind of getting his ass handed to him by Aang, because the first episode where, well, actually really just one, because they only had their confrontation before the Southern Air Temple before this. So one episode of him getting his ass kicked, and then he gets to beat Zhao to kind of, and then in this one where he shows up and all his goons kind of get bodied by the Kyoshi warriors, and then Suki, who, she's their leader, so you assume she's the best one of them, goes straight for Zuko, and he's just like, man, I've got a rhino, just shut that shit down, and just slaps her into the fucking house with that rhino tail. And I'm like, damn. And then he gets surrounded because he gets sneak attacked. And then he does what I only thought about it now. I am upset that they never adapted Zuko's breakdance kick in the Netflix show.
Right?
Oh, you love that move, huh?
It's like his signature move in book 1.
Dallas Lou can do it.
He can totally
No,
do
he
it.
can totally do it.
Yeah.
For
That
real.
man is a very gifted young martial artist.
But it's like, here's Zuko surrounded by 3 different people on his back. Like, he is in the worst position a fighter can be in. One breakdance move, and he takes out all 3 of them in one. Like, immediately sets a house on fire, and then just starts tossing fireballs everywhere because now he's pissed off that he got his ass momentarily handed to him. Then Aang shows up, and he just starts throwing more fire around. And of course, Aang beats him again. But Zuko at least got to reestablish himself as proper antagonist a bit. Because everybody except Aang has been kind of losing to Zuko if you actually stop and think about it.
Mm-hmm.
So I say all that. And going back, I have gone on to accept that in the Netflix version, even though I personally don't like it very much, I have to acknowledge that episode 2 is one of, if not probably the best made episode of the Netflix version.
For you. Right.
No, I don't. I dislike episode 2 quite a bit.
Oh, you just like how it's made.
But I am conceding that objectively, I think it is probably one of, if not, you could argue it's the best made episode out of all of them. I just wish that Suki was an actual character. That's probably a bit mean to say. I wish she wasn't so thirsty for Sokka. And I appreciate how in this training regime, even though it's the same scene that Netflix adapts, it doesn't come off, and I'm not going to censor myself here, it doesn't come off as a softcore porn fight scene.
So you don't like the romance.
Shit.
There was too much of it, and you don't like the lack of breakdance fighting. In your opinion,
We like romance, but it should be earned and not hot and heavy for no reason.
I have a question. Would you have liked it better if they replaced every like romantic scene in the live action with Dallas Liu doing a breakdance move, even when it doesn't make sense?
I would have been laughing a lot
Like
more.
if like when Sokka and you kiss, if like the kiss was interrupted and like Dallas Liu drops down and did the breakdance move, would you have liked the live action better?
You know what? I feel like
I should have been allowed to direct the.
Alternatively, would you have
Just
liked
more
if
Dallas
during
Liu
every
doing
romantic
breakdance.
scene there was just like muffled music in the background, and you can like make a little game out of like finding Zuko in the background breakdance?
Where's Zuko? Where's Waldo? Except it's
Okay,
Zuko
we should
breakdancing.
go to the next
also,
episode.
bold of us to not think that Zuko breakdancing is romantic.
No, you're right. I think it absolutely can be.
Ooh.
All right.
At the
I think we're
beach.
gonna do the next
At the
episode.
beach.
But before we do, I just want to remind everyone the next episode has a lot of original art. And once again, Melissa's art, because she's here. Follow her on Twitter at Palacios Page, or someone can drop it in chat. Her art is phenomenal. She takes commissions. She's got the Avatar style down pat. If you want like a drawing in that style, it's incredible. She could do a lot of styles. She's an incredible artist. I'm so happy she's here because I can't draw anything, and she's been to Japan, dude. Like she's studied this shit. She knows what's up. Nickelodeon actually saw some of her drawings for the project and praised her about it. Like that's how freaking good she is. So follow her. Someone can drop her thing in chat. pretty please do so people can follow her because I cannot
Done.
say
And
enough about.
I will also drop, thank you, Lucia, very kind words. And I will also drop the link for our official merch that I actually
Yes!
helped commission. So if you love what we do and would love to see these books come out faster, and as well as to pay all of our talented artists and creatives who put in their hard work into this project, kindly take a look, maybe purchase or even donate to our Patreon. Anything helps book four, anything helps put these episodes out and make sure everybody gets a fair commission back. We always want to make sure everybody's taken care of before putting out these episodes, of course.
It also makes sure that Ryoma doesn't have to get so into debt and suffer so much. So help the Avatar. Help the Avatar.
Anyway, on
Please.
to the next episode.
Let's
Penny
go.
Here
Help
we-
Ryoma. We need to do like a Sarah McLaughlin style commercial for Ryoma.
In the arms.
all right. I'm gonna
Yeah.
transition
I'm
to.
trying. Yeah, let's
All right,
I
here
just
we go.
saw my bank account flash before my eyes.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. That is the end to the Boomy episode, and I have a lot of things I want to say about that. I hope everybody here enjoyed it. I am going to let Lucia start the conversation this time because she was very patient for the last episode.
Really?
Really.
Daddy's here! Can he introduce himself first?
Oh, you're right. I forgot about Dad. That's rather in character, actually. All right, Dad, please introduce yourself to the audience.
Call him father. You're so disrespectful. That's why he's not answering you.
Can you unmute Jacob?
Is he still,
He's just making Cade sweat because Cade must learn respect, and
Aang,
suffering will be his
Rioma,
teacher.
did you remember to give him back his bending so he could speak?
Yeah, I did temporarily. Yeah, but I think it's just all of him now.
Cope and seethe, Cade.
Well,
I'm gonna answer a question from chat. The Golden Boy asks, I have a question. What part comics is book 4, episode 4? Our episode 4 is actually based on the prequel manga called Zuko's Story. And the reason a lot of fans haven't heard about it is because it was made to be written as a promotional material, a Shyamalan movie, which a lot of people would prefer to pretend is not real. However, despite the fact that it was made for the Shyamalan movie, it was written by two people who actually worked on the original show, Dave Roman and Alison Wilgus, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly. And they actually used plot points that they had to cut from the show for time So the characterization was written to match the show. And it shows, like all the characters use their designs from the show, except for Zuko and Iroh and Ozai and Shadow. So our artists have gone through and Taylor Samaya.
Taylor Samaya.
Samaya, who's a very talented young artist, went through and edited all the panels painstakingly to make sure Zuko, Iroh, and Ozai now match the show designs. And Preto Carmen went through and he painted those two portraits you see in the beginning and the end of the story. And we called our version, our adaptation, Lost Days, as kind of like a reference to Appa rather than Zuko's story. So yeah, that's what that episode is. I was hoping Jacob would have unmuted by the time I was done, but he's not. So I guess we should just jump into talking about the episode.
We should. Before I let Lucia start her whole thing, I just want to say, fun fact to all of you that I'm sure none of you would guess if you didn't already know. Bumi's actor and Sokka and Katara's dad, Hakoda, are the same person.
Oh wait, like in the as
In
voice
the
actor?
His
Oh.
voice
Yep,
actor, yeah.
they have the
Hakoda
same
and
voice
Bumi are the
actor.
same actor.
Andre,
Okay,
Stu,
calm
The
down.
the
hello.
Fire Lord's
Hold
there.
on.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
I am sheltered from the rain.
Dad,
Oh, okay. Oh,
Hooray!
I'm just waiting for a ride. So, yeah. Hello.
Dad,
Uh-huh. Wait, what?
introduce yourself to the audience.
Hello, you
Wow,
may have heard me
rude.
on
Show
the,
some respect.
you may have heard me at the end of the the last stream, but I'm Jacob Dillon. I'm playing Ozai in this project.
And he has an incredible voice as him.
He does.
Something
Super
that's really
talented.
funny when voice directing Jacob, and this is true for a lot of voice actors, that some voice actors are kind of shy, but once they get into character, that like disappears. And I always think it's funny because like when I was first getting to know you, Jacob, and we didn't know each other well, how you'd be very shy and you were like, "Hey, sorry." Like switch into like Ozai mode and all that would disappear. It was so cool.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta get into it.
Yep. No, I get it. I think that's
Like just go for it. So,
fun fact. Also, I'm really happy because I don't think since our very first short we haven't had anything about Ozai until today. So I'm glad we finally got another clip of Ozai on the channel.
oh the Valentine Ozai.
Yeah.
oh yeah, yeah, it's I saw that.
Good work on that as always.
Okay.
It's fun.
So,
It's fun playing Ozai as just this pure shitlord.
Yeah.
okay. So, I am now going to give the floor to Lucia to talk about the episode.
Yay, I get to go first this time. Hooray. Okay. So first off, I'm going to actually compliment something I liked that the live action did different from here. I know, shock, right? I know. I'm the number one live action hater. Um but so Bumi has always been Desi inspired, like Indian Pakistani. You can tell because his name Bumi is actually the name of deity in Hinduism. And just generally, you know, Omashu's supposed to be more India. That's why they're further west and further south from Ba Sing Se, which is definitely made more like China, dynastic China. So that's kind of a neat thing they did. It's kind of like literally Journey to the West, going to Omashu. And so I appreciated the more Desi elements they added to Omashu, making it really Indian inspired. And I love the use of his big sultan's turban. I thought that was really cool with all the gemstones on it. What he's wearing in the show instead as a headpiece is actually really interesting. It's based on famous Chinese playing both sides because he's always on top war. If you know anything about the Three Kingdoms era, you probably know all about chaotic neutral Lu Bu. And those two long feathers coming out of his head are based on Lu. But I like that they kind of brought the more Desi Indian inspirations forward to me in the live action. I wish they'd done the same with his writing. So, like I was talking about in the previous episode, that it's meaningful that Aang is one of the only people in the world who ever got to have a childhood outside of war. That goes for Bumi. He's over 100 years old. He's one of the people. So it makes sense that he would have the wisdom to teach Aang and to kind of still have comes off to others as madness, but is actually this light-hearted energy despite the hardships that Omashu is enduring. And I think that that's part of why Omashu has endured. Talon, I disagree that Lubu is chaotic evil. We'll talk about it another time.
That's a good point you brought up, because Bumi, he is pretty much one of the only people in the world at that point to know what it's like to not be in war.
Yeah, I was
So
saying that I found it fascinating that in the original, Aang is goofy, but part of that is he is bringing hope and lightheartedness back to the world because Aang is one of the only people that's ever had a childhood outside of war, right? But I'll say,
yeah,
I think it's a shame because I think the live action actor actually did a really good job.
yeah, he did a
And
good job. It's just
yeah, especially for a character
like,
that's hard to
why would,
translate.
like, I mean, I know some people. I know there's going to be a lot of people who are going to be all bitter and cranky, but like, why Boomy? He's the one of the few who should just relax. Hey,
According to the showrunners, from what I understand, the reason Boomy was changed was because they did not think his character would translate to live action. And I want to say I disagree because Boomy fits an archetype that has been in martial arts movies since the beginning of martial arts movies. And that is the crazy wise master that puts you into dangerous training situations so
yeah,
that you learn
yeah,
a lesson. I mean, that is
absolutely.
so common. You see it in Drunken Master. You see it
Mhm.
in
Yep,
Akira Toriyama's work with Master Roshi.
yep,
Bless him,
Master
Yes.
Roshi.
rip a
Yeah.
legend. So
Yep,
like
Rip
I feel like
R.I.P.
this was a misstep on their part. If they felt that Boomy wasn't going to translate well into live action because and cartoony, I wish they had leaned more into that martial arts archetype of the
Yeah,
silly but wise, crazy master rather than tried to change him into the bitter old man he is, because it does kind of take
yeah.
away
Like,
from so
and
much.
in the live action, it felt like they couldn't make up their mind on whether or not to make him goofy.
Yeah, yeah. I think that it
Like,
causes a
they would
very
kind of go
strange
back and forth
dissonance.
on that.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not gonna say much more about it because I think most of my problems with this episode really lie with the problems between Aang and Boomy's relationship, and I really wish it had been preserved because I feel like the actors were very well cast for it, and I would have loved to see a wholesomeness. I think that when it ended and they went down the mining cart live action, it just didn't feel sincere because this guy had just been yelling at a child. I especially found it kind of tasteless when he was making fun of Aang for surviving a genocide during dinner. Um, so not for me. As for how to read the comics, someone's asking in chat. I see someone is posting the orders of the official comics. However, please keep in mind that for ours, we are introducing some original content as well as side comics to tell like a more fleshed out story. So our order is not going to perfectly follow the order in the comics. We've ordered a couple things. We've actually for the search, we've added Toph into the search. So she's in it now. You're gonna hear Cow in the search. And we've added some additional scenes which are really exciting. I can't wait for you guys to see them. Our team is phenomenal. It's flawless. You can't even. Anyway, that's about it for me. I know relatively, but I'm gonna. You know.
I may
Shout out
as
to
well,
Objectively AJ. Wise Crazy Old Master was done in Star Wars with a green puppet, and the live action is like, nope, too hard.
Yes,
Agreed.
Yoda.
Oh,
Another perfect
yeah.
example. Absolutely, you're right.
Exactly.
And
Alright.
like special effects budget, come on.
Looking, found someone I think you have.
I will.
That's pretty
Like-
good.
Thank you,
was-
George.
That was very good. That was very good.
Thanks.
Like Lucia, I also don't have a lot to say about this particular episode, probably because this is the first episode in the series that Zuko doesn't show up even once.
Aw.
Are you salty? What is this energy?
That's exactly what it is,
No,
baby.
no, I am not salty. I'm just a little steaming.
He's steamed. He's smoldering.
Anyway,
Zuko alone.
what I do have to say is I really appreciate the character of Bumi in this one a whole lot more than I did before I saw the Netflix one, because I was like, oh, I never thought they could change Bumi this way. I like how he purposefully subverts the point at the frail old man in order to get out of the big fight trope. That doesn't happen as often as you think it might, but it still happens pretty often sometimes. The fight between Aang and Bumi is very, very entertaining for what is, in this version of the show, our first true introduction to earthbending. Because before now, we really didn't get to see much of it, if we got to see any of it past the little bit in the intro that we get. And I love earthbending. It is my second favorite element. And it's so different from all the others, but I can go into that a bit later. But this is our first time seeing it, and I don't have a lot to say. I may as well talk about what little bit I can. Other than that, that's really all I can think to say. So I will now give the floor to, you know what, since we're doing reverse order, let's go up. So Ryoma, you're next.
Yeah, he is.
Okay, sorry. Pippin Paddleopsicopolis III, you next.
Bonzu Pippin Paddleopsicopolis III. Thank you very much. He
Listen,
built this
Turner,
country, by the
listen,
way.
at least I remembered the last name, okay? Wow, is he...
Did
not
he
here anymore.
He vanished.
Rio,
Right
are you
when we
AFK?
needed him most, he vanished. All right.
Won't see him for 100 years.
Oh wait, Dad's gone too. Oh, he and Aang
Yeah.
are fighting again.
Oh no.
He has to go.
Someone's
take his
gonna get their
back
bending taken.
again.
Just let Ryoma defeat the Father Lord.
Yeah. Oh, I was gonna say. Remember. Jacob said that he was trying to get away from rain as his weakness.
He's back. He's
Can I
back.
fight the guy with the axe instead?
Wrong choice. All right, Bonzu Pippin Paddleopsicopolis III. You have the floor.
I don't really have that much to say. It's good to see the original Bumi again. Yeah. I'm sorry.
That's fine. Like, all right, Melissa, it's your turn.
Gosh, who said it in the chat? I'm looking back, but objectively, AJ said it best when he was like, "Yeah, Star Wars did it with Yoda. I really wish they went that direction with King Boomy. This is the episode where I was a little upset with how they really changed the character. I went that they leaned one way way too hard when they could have found a nice balance, I'm sure. Because he just ultimately just came off as kind of a jackass or an asshole.
Yeah,
Yeah, he
seriously.
did, for real. It always gets me when somebody in a writing team or an executive in charge is like, you just really can't do this. And I'm like, that sounds like someone who's not a writer making
That sounds like a skill issue.
Yes.
For real, yeah, skill issue.
Perhaps, or some sort of meddling. Either way, I did not like the final product, but I agree with Lucia. The outfits and everything, I can really see where the Middle Eastern inspirations came from, very much so. And that's something that I actually used the live action to carry over into the original. And I'm like, oh, now I can kind of see it more so. um, Also, I really like animation wise, the storyboarding in this episode is just so fun. Like they use the slides, all the little mishaps they do, and they go down the slide and interact with the city. It just really brings like to life how huge the city is. Just from them doing one simple little slide, it was just really fun. Plus, Cabbage Merchant, like, he really shines in this episode. I think this is the first time we see
This is
him,
his
and it's
first episode.
amazing.
This is his introduction episode.
This is debut.
Yes. Cabbage Man OP. Yeah, so I just really love the storytelling and just that one little action of them just going through the city, just using the slide. Super cute, super fun. And honestly, like before Toph, this was like the really big showcase of how strong an Earthbender can be. And he's like Toph's Boomy was really Toph's like the strongest. Like we didn't really realize how strong Earthbenders were until we met Boomy. So yeah, I guess spoiler for either the season 1 or season 1 of the Netflix series is that he gets captured, but before that we're just like, this guy is like impossible to take down. Who could take this person down?
That actually, okay, you bring up a good point, Melissa, and there is actually one more thing for me to talk about involving Netflix. So it's like, obviously we've seen book 2 of the original, and we know how Bumi got captured. He lets himself be captured. I have not sure how they're going to justify him letting himself get captured, considering that he is a much... I wish I had a nicer word than just meaner person who is way more straight-faced about the war than he is in... I don't think you can get away with saying he let himself be captured. How is he gonna tell Aang about neutral Jing? But that's just me.
It
I
will be
also...
fascinating how they're gonna take that. I agree,
Yeah.
Cade. Like, because it could be like, is he being tactitional here because, or is he just like woefully tired of war, which seems to be like the way Netflix wants to interpret this Boomy is just like he's just exhausted and wishes like this was all over. So I guess we'll see. I mean, again, like not the biggest fan of this interpretation of Boomy, but his outfits is great and the entire city of Omashu looks great. Though I am getting at this point in the Netflix series, I get kind of tired of the CG backdrop. I'm gonna be honest. As stunning as the setting looks in, quote unquote live action, it's still like, a CG backdrop.
It is wonderful. I just got word that Lucia had a realization. I'm gonna patch her through to you guys.
Oh, because of my face? No. While Melissa was talking about it, she made me realize, wait a minute. You remember we were saying Ozai's twist at the end that they sent troops, or that the whole northern siege was just a distraction against Omashu, and Iris, like, what? Was Omashu sending troops there? How does that work? I just realized it doubly doesn't work. Because do you remember what Boomy says at the end of the live action episode?
Oh, I suddenly do.
The troops, the Fire Nation troops are coming.
He knows they're coming.
It couldn't be a distraction. I hate. Okay, sorry. I just realized that. Dang it! I hate this. I didn't want to realize that.
I am so sorry to add
I
50%
know that.
more no sense to this, but they also lean more on the nations no longer being in communication and the world being like fractured and separated in the live action show. But they also try to imply that everyone's helping each other, and that's why the Fire Nation needs to distract them.
It's there's not, the world building's all out of whack. And a commenter said something since I was talking about how Netflix's book 2 is gonna work. There's a running theme with my worry now that book 2 and 3 have been confirmed, at least greenlit, where I'm like, considering how they changed, I'll be as nice as possible and say changed a lot of art setup in book 1. I can't visualize how they're going to justify events in book 2 without either A, trying to course correct so hard that book 1, that they'll just admit that book 1 just kind of didn't work the way they wanted it to, or B, changing it so much that it won't be as recognizable. Someone mentioned when they're gonna that they hope that book 2's Netflix's Zuko is this whole ass episode, and it made me realize I don't know if they can do Zuko alone with the way they've set this up right now, because Zuko alone happens because Zuko gets so frustrated with traveling with his uncle alone, and he feels held back by him, that he's like, he legitimately thinks it'll be better for him if he's on his own. He also legitimately thinks it'll be better for Iroh if he's no longer with them. And that's the whole reason Zuko leaves. I cannot picture Dallas Liu's Zuko coming to the conclusion that it's best for them to stay separated. One, because they already kind of blew their leaves from the vine load a little bit early. And two, one, this Iroh's not really that, how shall we say, he's not really holding Zuko by the same leash, if there's even a leash there at all. He just kind of lets Zuko do his own thing a whole lot more. So I can't see Zuko feeling stifled about it.
Okay, but I think you're focusing on the wrong problem. The problem isn't how are they going to do Zuko. The problem we should all be asking is, now that they've established that Sokka is into Fox UA, how is he going to react when he sees the foxes in the library, and is he going to try to make out with them? I think the answer is yes. Netflix is definitely going to do that.
Given how horny the live action has proven itself to be, that tracks.
All right, I'm gonna give
Okay,
you guys...
no. Given how cowardly
I'm betting
the
it
live
right
action
now.
has proven
They're gonna
itself
do
to
it
be,
fast.
it
They're
doesn't
gonna
matter.
do
Too many people.
Yeah. All right. Last thing I'll say, and then I'll give the floor to Cal, because Lucia brought it up. I have been cursed with the knowledge that some of these Syrup people have said, but it's like, in the Netflix version, Momo is now officially touched by the moon spirit. Yue had a fursona as a fox in the spirit. Momo is Yue's new fursona now.
Yeah.
Do with that knowledge what you will, Internet.
Dude, no! That means when Sokka asks Aang if he can borrow Momo in book 3, it's gonna...
No! You stay away from Momo, you bastard!
Wait,
And
wait,
that's why
that
he was
means it's
so
all three.
upset when he thought Appa ate
Hey,
him.
Momo, yeah.
My girlfriend!
Momo, I'm
Can-
coming for you, buddy.
Let's try and
It's
get.
gonna be like
Oh,
Scooby-Doo
no.
Can we?
Mystery Incorporated, where there's a love triangle between Velma, Shaggy, and Scooby, but now it's between Suki, Sokka, and Momo.
On that note, let's give the floor to Cow.
Y'all can't be that chaotic and then pass me the mic.
Yes, we can.
Come on, carry the energy.
We
Do
will.
Listen,
Let me
it's not
see
our
it.
fault you're so blind you didn't see it coming.
Damn.
My seismic
Come
sense
on.
could never sense this.
We're
Let's
supposed to
see
be
if
good at picking up our vibes.
let's see if my ADHD brain can come up with a semblance of a thought. Episode
Really? What?
Omashu. Okay. So and this is stuff that Mel had said and some other people had said. I really love the way we're given Omashu. Like from the tiny little details of like the customs agent at the border, we get to meet the freaking cabbage merchant, the icon that he is, and just I really love like how Mel said the storyboarding, how you get to see so much in the guise of like this fun little antic filled little adventure on the slide, but like you get to see Omashu. You get to see the complex like infrastructure of this really intricate slide system, this delivery system. And as they're skating along, you get to see soldiers. Like you get a little snippet of them amidst the humor. You get to see like there's part where they knock over a bin and there's like pumpkins in there. So you get to learn about like different like vegetation, different there's a word that basically means food. Gastronomy.
Yes.
Like you get to see all these little snippets, which it's so beautiful and unique and adds to the world building. And then, as you guys also mentioned, the introduction to earthbending. You get to see earthbending not just used in these big epic fight sequences like you saw with Bumi in the arena, but you also get to see some very like utility type uses of it. The propelling of the little carts, little boxes. I don't know what to call them. You get to see them being like, "Get these rotten cabbages out of here!" Boom. And like the sound effects that are paired with that really give it that full impact. Like boom, boom. Like you could feel almost the earth shaking as you're watching this, just from how they've designed the soundscape for that. And then even when they're in the newly refurbished room that was once bad, you see how they're utilizing their earthbending in such unique ways as a door system with a lock, and nobody else has to have the keys because we're all earthbenders here. You get to see just really cool architecture that has come about through the utilization of earthbending and unique applications of it, right? Even like the shoot system itself in Omashu has to be a result of the utilization and application of complex earthbending techniques and building upon those techniques and developing technologies around the earth, like around the bending, which is just really, really cool in the sense of world building. And I like that this is the first major, huge Earth Kingdom city that we see, and it is like Omashu is amazing. Like the technology, the sheer scope of it, the infrastructure, like I mentioned. And yes, there are a lot of smaller village type places, but it's cool to see how like the technology and the culture change depending on like, okay, we're in a rural small village versus we are in a big city, but this is all the same place. Like this is all the same kingdom. This is, I don't know, it's just really cool to watch those little subtle nuances. And then I do appreciate the mentioning of Bumi's outfit, because I never realized it before until Lucia and then Mel had pointed him out. But yeah, there is definitely some Desi Pakistani vibes in there. Like even his where he's like, "Oh, do you like my outfit?" in that purple robe, very reminiscent of like even like a Moroccan jalaba, like with the colors and the way the cloth is draped. Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, I'm just really I love this episode. I love the way it's designed. Omashu is a gorgeous city. I love Bumi, my chaotic king. Love Bumi. And I love that whole crazy master would like that switch into moments of lucidity. That's so fun. And you see this not just in those martial arts masters trope, which is like it's been mentioned, super, super common, awesome, amazing trope. But even in characters like Rurouni Kenshin, you see that flip from I'm a goofy goofball to I'm suddenly serious and have wisdom beyond my years. Like, so that's just really fun to play with that duality in a character, even when it's as jarring as that instant switch, like with Bumi or somebody like Kenshin. And then when it's not, when it's a little bit more subtle, like you see it with Aang. Sometimes he's very much just goofy kid mode, and I'm gonna have fun, and let's go ride these carts around the city, even though it's illegal. Versus when he flips the switch into I am an air nomad with years of training and a very philosophical ideology that I have been raised on, and I'm the avatar. And like he has those moments of like spiritual maturity and being cognizant of like these actions affect more than just me. This is a far-reaching, thing that I have to take into account and be considerate of those ramifications. So it's just really, really cool how they play around with that. And then I also like the detail of Boomy immediately noticing Mo because it makes it so funny later on when he's like, "Wait a minute, one of you is missing. Where's Momo?" So I like that because it's a very good callback. I will leave it there because again I will talk forever. I love the Goatrilla. James's puns are amazing, and anyone who's lying, yes.
All right.
Awesome,
Brilliant,
awesome.
Cow.
Cade was clapping for you, and then he forgot we muted Cow. I didn't know that.
You can't prove I was clapping. You can't prove it.
Who are you gonna believe?
Yeah, who are you gonna believe, Cow?
Lucia is
Lucia or
always right.
Mia?
The sticky
Yeah.
note does not lie.
Yeah, that's right. The sticky note she has is I'm always. There you go.
It
Well,
was
who
on
wrote
my
that?
computer at
Ow.
work. I did.
But how can you read it?
She wrote it. in
I'll have
top
you
script.
know, Cal very much is literate. In fact, she's a writer, believe it or not. Toph, I just play Toph on TV,
Et
Yeah,
tu, Miss
like-
Star? Et tu, Miss Star?
Yes. Miss Star, I'm dead.
I wanna ask you your opinion on something, Cal.
Yes,
I
please.
recently asked people on social media, if you don't like the fact that Toph became a cop, what would you have rather had her be? Just to see what kind of cool ideas people had. And a lot of people said like pro wrestler or vigilante like Batman. But one of my favorite out of pocket ones, King of Omashu. Not even Queen of Omashu, King of Omashu. And that was just so good because I could totally see Toph just being like one day randomly like, well, I'm gonna go be King of Omashu. And she just does. Like she just becomes King of
Honestly,
Omashu.
of all the
Bumi's
things
just like,
mentioned,
okay.
that feels
governing.
out of all the things like you just mentioned, and I personally I don't agree with Cop Toph. I'll put that out there. But of all the things that I've heard, King of Omashu feels so very incredibly on brand. Like I could even believe that like she had either a dream from Boomy or like Boomy left a weird cryptic message that Toph happened to be the only one who figured it out. I could believe a million justifications for it, and also just the fact that she's like, you know what, I've reached my pinnacle as a teacher. Time to move on to bigger and better things. I am King of Omashu. And if that were to happen, I also fully believe she would not tell the gang. They would just go to Omashu and find out. They would be like, "Oh, we have to see the King of Omashu. Boomy died. Who is it now?" And they just happen to find out that it's Toph. I would fully believe that.
Thank you so much, Cal. All right, let's let James have the.
All right. Yeah, a couple things I didn't like about the live action that's nice to see from the original show. One, building off what Cal was saying with all of the different uses of earthbending that we see throughout the show, practical or otherwise. In the live action, they credited the Mechanist for designing the mail system, and I hated that. Yeah, just like because the whole thing with the mail system is that it's built on earth bending, and I much prefer the idea that they built it themselves over time than that the Mechanist came in and drew up some blueprints and and then another thing is Boomy's humor, because in the show they did in the live action they did make him a lot more bitter and just so cold to the world, but they still had him make the jokes like the lettuce leaf and the throw him a feast, and they came off a lot more malicious. And like he sort of waved at his entourage to laugh at his jokes. Meanwhile, in the cartoon, he makes those jokes and it's silent. It's just like, he made another pun, and like, no one has to laugh at the jokes like they did in the live action. So, yeah, glad to watch this again and see all the, all the charm of the original.
I have a question for you, James.
Yes.
As somebody who had the opportunity to write Boomy for a later script we were working on, what do you feel really makes Boomy work here? When you were writing him, like what was the thing that you really needed to get in there that you feel like the live action really could have used, and just in general is crucial character?
For a second there, I forgot I was on the writing team for this project, and then I wrote a script about Boomy. Yeah, just he is wise beyond years. He is well over a century old. He has seen the world. He has seen war. And yet his humor and his, he still has that lighthearted sense of humor. He still eases tension. And sometimes that wisdom sort of informs his jokes. Yeah, he just, he knows a lot, and he disguises it in his humor, and that sort of gives some chaotic vibes sometimes. Like in that fight with Bumi and Aang, Bumi pretty much reads Aang like a book, and yet he's being so lighthearted with his quips, like playful and mocking and stuff.
He holds his ground a lot, I noticed.
Yeah.
Like he doesn't move around like while Aang is zipping all over the arena. Bumi's pretty grounded, and I think that's pretty neat. It shows exactly the opposite philosophies, and what is it that Bumi says? You can't avoid, how like an air nomad. And perfectly sets up later when Toph's like, Twinkle Toes!
Eventually you'll have to strike back.
Yeah.
Oh, one thing I do like here is that one thing sorry, how Boomy, the message here is for Aang to think outside the box. So
What's the message for him in the other one? It was war is a big responsibility and it requires hard choices, which I feel like isn't much of a lesson. Aang
feel like
already
that-
got that from Kyoshi.
I feel like could have like there are plenty of other characters who could have said that.
There are plenty of other characters who did say that.
Like so, it just felt kind of redundant
We have a
here.
question in chat.
Just felt kind of redundant there.
Question from chat. Do you guys ever have people think your episodes are Avatar Studios' official canon?
Yes.
We do, actually.
Quite
yes,
often.
we do actually.
More
We
often
look at
than
the
you think.
comments.
I think it also complicates matters that some of us are active in the industry. And I myself, did some stuff for Avatar. So and then several of us are like professional voice actors and stuff like that. So people have known us from anime or whatever, cartoons or video games. So I think sometimes people assume that means that this is an official project. They know we exist. Some of them have complimented us. But
The artist for Imbalance, Azul and the Spirit.
Peter Wortman.
Yeah, he's acknowledged us.
Oh yeah, he said it was neat.
Yeah. After one of his co-workers who also worked on the comics was
colleagues. It was Devin Gill. No, Devin Gill did not work on the comics.
Sorry,
Devin Gill is co-showrunner for Dragon. Aaron E. Hall.
I forgot that
Who commented on it because she's super.
Yes.
And Peter Wortman was like, neat.
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 Yeah. Aaron Ehas actually took the trouble to let me know that Iroh inventing boba is canon. Just like it is in the comics. So
yes,
I just want you to know he
Mr.
went out of
Ehas
his
did
way to tell me that. He said this is 100%
Personally.
canon. Yeah, personally.
All right. Is there anything else you would like to say, James, or should I give to Iris?
We can move on to Iris.
All right. Iris, it is now your turn.
So I actually missed a little chunk in the middle of our live action rewatch, and among those was the Omashu episode. I believe it was just one, yeah.
Yeah.
And so I'm mostly just going back to this. I remember as a kid, I really liked this episode. I like Bumi was one of my favorite characters. I think it's like as an adult, it doesn't quite hit the same way. Like I do think it's definitely like granted because of extremely strong opposition. It's probably my least favorite, most skippable episode thus far. But again, that's like not saying much because of the context. Yeah, it's definitely very lighthearted. I do think some of the jokes are just really well crafted. I love that Katara is the one to just instantly get Pippin Pedalopsicopoulos correct, like in one go before Bumi even gets a chance. Like I think that is like picking her for that is a very good move.
I've said it before, I will say it again. Katara is an improv queen. She yes ands to her death. She is ride or die, and I respect the hell out of her for it. She does the same
And that's
thing
like
in season 3 with the wing fire bit. She unfazed, and this is my wife, Sapphire, blinks. Sapphire fire, pleasure to meet you. Like she is on board, and I love her. I shut up.
yeah, no,
Can I
that's
just
Is
say
it
that's another
Sapphire
thing they
Fire or is it
stole?
Sapphire?
That's another thing they stole from Aang and Katara to give to Sokka, because in the live action, Sokka's the one that says that name and makes it up off the top of his head. And
oh,
I
that
want to
makes it so
object
much
because
less
early
good. Like
Sokka was a
Sokka is already
killjoy.
the goofy one.
Yeah, they
Yes,
just
I
stole
am.
everything from Aang and
Sokka is
Katara.
Zuki and Aang is Goofy. They're all goofy, but that was Aang's moment. Sokka's Goofy manifests later and differently.
Well, especially because early on, Sokka isn't being intentional. Goofy, he's being the butt of the joke, Goofy. And later he
Yeah.
learns funny. He starts out with everyone laughing at him because he takes himself too seriously, and eventually he learns to be the comedian because he learns to loosen up. He learns to have fun and not take things so seriously. And so the one people laugh with rather than at.
Yes,
But
and then when Aang and Sokka are together, you get them sharing one brain cell and they're goofing together, and it's beautiful. Like they try to send
Like
Toph,
Aang and
they try to
Sokka.
send Katara an apology letter from Toph, who cannot read or write, and it's gorgeous. I love that.
Well, let's just. And then Aang's like, "Hey, why don't we write one to Toph?" And Sokka's like, "I think we're gonna write
no, opposite. Sokka says it, and Aang says, "I think we're gonna." Okay, I love that.
Toph would be
Sokka
like,
and Aang are both
"The hell is
so
this?"
brilliant on their own. Put them together, they share one brain cell, and they're idiots.
Yes,
Add
I love that.
Toph, and Toph's like, "I can use this for my criminal empire," and they're all like, "Sure." This sounds like because they're still passing the same like brain cell back.
They're just,
If you add Toph,
they're just
it's
total
stupidity becomes
bros.
organized crime. Then if you add Zuko, it's even funnier because Zuko doesn't try to stop Aang or Sokka when they're being ridiculous.
No.
He becomes the new Sokka, where he's just complaining and he's accidentally funny because
He's
everything's
dragged
going
along
wrong.
for the ride.
Yeah, exactly.
Because he's like, these two know what they're doing. I don't know what I'm doing as a good
Surely
guy.
these two guys, they have evaded me for two and a half seasons now. Surely they are competent and should be trusted.
Chat,
Aang and Sokka are just total bros.
Chat,
They
have I told
are.
you my theory of how Sokka died in Legend of Korra? Because it's very important. My theory is that Sokka invented a skateboard, and that's why he's dead.
Just say kickflip.
Yeah, and then just
Oh.
dead. And they're like, "Oh
Okay.
man, he should have invented a helmet."
So you're implying that he invented something and then died on this invention because you made it sound like, oh yeah, he invented the skateboard and like someone didn't approve of that. And like,
No, it's not that they didn't approve. It's that Sokka tried to show off the skateboard, and then
he snapped his neck because he didn't land the kickflip.
he didn't invent a helmet.
And then Aang was like, "Oh, that's okay, Sokka. I'll do the 10-toed kickflip spin in your name," and then he dies.
And then he died. And yeah, Aang was like, "Pour one out for you, buddy. The anniversary of your
Aww.
death." And Mr. Rocket Boost do one, and then he died. It was like, it's
You
how
it
he
cuts
wrote
to
a
the
bar.
mechanist or like somebody who took over for the mechanist and is like, did I forget to tell them about XYZ? It's like some fail thing.
Now I'm just seeing like Suki just morosely executing a perfect
And then from that
kickflip.
day forward, the fatality of skateboard meant that the skateboards themselves were abandoned, and roller skates were invented instead. as a way
Toph
for
went on a
alternative.
journey to break all skateboards after that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
I
it
think
was
that's
both atonement and justice. Like
Yeah.
That's how she
Skateboards
became
had
a
to
cop.
pay.
Yep.
Does anyone else have anything else to add, or should we do the next episode?
We still have
have Dorn and Curtis if they have
All
something
right,
to say.
let's do it.
and also Zilla.
Yes.
yes.
All right, Dorn, I believe you're next in line for the throne.
Yes, thank you. I don't have much to add, honestly. I think all of you guys, all of you lovely people, have already practically said a lot of my points. But one thing I have to say, but this is because it's a real personal thing, because I love animals and I love Avatar: The Last Airbender in particular, but also animals in real life. Thank God we saw Flopsy again. My God, I was so happy because, like, if there's one thing I could not forgive the live action is they only showed us a statue of Flopsy. I was like, how dare you? Like, it's almost like they don't understand that, Flopsy for me represents personally part of like Bumi doing the whole like fun stuff. And then also Aang pretending to be an old guy. Like, I wish that was in the live action, but at the same time I understand why not. But I just love it, and kind of like how Kao said brilliantly, like Katara is a massive improv queen. Like, Aang just like started this random thing and then she just went along with it, saying like, it's all right, we got this. And I also love the guards telling Sokka like, hey, I forgot how funny them. It always makes me laugh when he tells him like, hey, you look like a responsible young man. You better, and strong. You better carry this for your grandpa. It's the right thing to do. So there's that. And then for Bumi, I could go on and on, but for me, of course, he is like the centerpiece for this episode. I feel like, and I think this is something also Lucia said in a previous streamer discussion, but I feel like it's not, I don't think it's a bad thing that they made like Bumi sort of like feel the weight of like being a king in a time of war. But I feel like they could have like picked up on what this show does, and what this show does is this shows that Bumi is still kind of that kid that Aang knew so long ago. So maybe they could have done like they could have inserted something that shows that, yeah, Bumi is funny and weird and old and cranky, but it could be seen as a coping mechanism, kind of like with Aang. Like, it is a coping mechanism to run away from reality, even though Bumi is king. So I feel they could have really inserted that. And I also like the fact that even from the very beginning, like seeing Aang, he makes this like micro expression face of like, like, oh, I know this person. And I also love how at the end of the whole episode, he just says like, first of all, it's fun. It's funny to mess with people. It's kind of like, yeah, that's Bumi
It
for you.
is.
And then also the fact that he tells him that, yeah, this is a responsibility for you and all that stuff. But I just also love like how you see how even in the feast he was testing Aang. Like when he threw him the chicken, I forgot how powerful that is, because he was basically saying like, yeah, I know what this guy's about, but he was like playing it off like he doesn't seem like he knows what he's doing, but the whole time it's like Aang is constantly underestimating him, and he thinks that these challenges, like, what the hell are the point of these challenges? Like a lunchbox key, Flopsy, and now fighting him, and then of course, yeah, the big reveal is like he was pushing you to think outside the box so you would realize who was talking to you. But also, I guess he was trusting him to realize that he was Bumi. And then the final thing I wanted to say, and because I could go on forever, but the final thing I wanted to say is the fact that, Aang, it's a difficult task ahead of you, but you have your friends. And I'm just like, this is so much better. Like, yes, you're not in this alone. It's a tough fight that you got to do, especially to defeat Fire Lord Ozai and all that. But you got your support group. And he even says, I see you are in good hands. And also the Momo shout out. Yeah, we love the Momo shout out. But yeah, I do prefer this. This Bumi reminded me of like why I love Bumi so much. Like, he's all this mysterious, even though you kind of can suspect that he is Bumi at the beginning. The revelation is not made to Aang until the end, and that's what I didn't like about the live action. Like, why did they make it like so quick, the revelation? I'm just like, but that's part of the fun, because Bumi is like dragging this out on purpose because he's testing and screwing with Aang at the same time, and I love that. I absolutely love that. And And also
Like
the
whoever
last
compared it to Yoda, right? Where like Yoda doesn't tell Luke who he is right away.
Yeah, because he was screwing with him, but also testing him. Absolutely, I love that.
Yeah.
And the last thing I want to say is that Aang, what you said, Luthia, about Aang representing like the childhood that a lot of people have left. I think it is so special when the two of them do the slide thing again after like 100 years. Like, and especially for Bumi, he must have been like so happy. Like, I forgot what it was like to be like this, and also for like a few seconds forget about his responsibilities as king of Amashu. But that was so good. Even though they crap on the cabbage merchant again. Ang, you have a massive bill pending for that. Okay, I'm done with it. I'm done.
I do like before we got to the whole like guitar improv thing. I was planning to say because rewatching this as an adult did make me wonder, and I understand why they never went into it. It's not important. It's not a part of the tone of this episode, but it is like funny to think about. Do you figure Bumi is actually any good as a bureaucrat?
As running the place?
Yes, he's a master of all forms of Jing. Yes, absolutely.
Because I could see that one going either way.
I think he's an excellent bureaucrat. I think the whole I'm a mad king and I think outside the box is actually part of the strategy as much as it is him just having fun and part of his personality. Because, how hard is anyone going to compete with you on a trade agreement when they think you're an idiot that they can take advantage of and you're just nuts? And before you know it, your silver tongue has manipulated them into giving you the advantage about everything. So, yes, I
I do
absolutely
feel
think
like
so.
Yeah.
he would need an inner circle that he's actually like real with every now and then, because just being that obtuse to everyone all the time
I
is
think that's the
just a
guy.
recipe for insurrection.
No, I think you're right. I think that's the guy who was like, the newly refurbished chamber. That's one of those
Yeah,
guys.
right.
'Cause, like, look how him and
I
Boomy
could
just
see
talk normal.
it.
And Boomy was like, which one's that? And he's like, the one that used to be bad. He's like, oh, all right, yeah, we should really have a dungeon. Like, they just talk normal. Like, that's the guy.
Take them to the refurbished chamber.
That's the guy.
Bad.
That's the guy who just real
I
talks
would
it.
have loved if they had had a brief scene where they had established something like that later. Like
That would have been
that
great,
is something that
actually.
is on my wish list from regular Avatar.
That would have been amazing. That's his real talk friend, his ride or die.
It's just like Avatar is coming to visit, and you see like the 5 minutes that Bumi is being completely normal before before Aang arrives. And he's like,
Also,
"Oh my
I
god, I
want to
can be a
say,
weirdo again."
since in honor of Zuko's diary in the live action, if anybody super chats me, I will absolutely grab Cade's journal I have already stolen and hidden and read passages from it.
Wait,
And
what?
I will absolutely do that for money. Yes, I super chat. What? If you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to worry about.
Do it.
I don't.
He just started journaling too. I'll absolutely
She's
do
not
it.
lying. There's an actual journal.
For super chats, I will absolutely
I
read.
haven't seen it at all
live
today. Now that she.
Does anyone else have to go? I think Curtis was still left, right?
And Zill, I would like Zill to go first. I'll take the last
All
spot.
right, Zill and Curtis, tell us what you think.
Well, I wanted to go. I already brought it up, but I do. But one thing I wasn't really a fan of how they approached Boomy in the live action show. Like, there were some cracks of what could have been, but again, they made him too cynical. Like, hey, you, like, why should I have hope? But like you have shit to do. It's like, and then he would go on his quips and whatnot. It's like again, it felt like they couldn't make up their minds on what to do with him.
Like the tonal whiplash.
Yeah, and being this whole oh, you have your responsibilities. You have your responsibilities, Avatar. Like that. There are plenty of other characters who could have given that message, and some have already, like Kyoshi, for example. And like, so it just felt a little redundant to have Boomy do that in the live action.
But here, nice.
I mean, the actor did a really good job with what he was given. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, I like how yeah. The thing in the animated series is that he's trying to get Aang or to remind Aang to think outside the box. Like, not everything is as it seems.
Yeah, is it?
Like with the lunchbox key, the Flopsy, and the fight where you had to choose between three guys, including Bumi. Even though Bumi, he looked like a frail old man, he was the most powerful and dangerous of the three.
Every single one of those tests gets reflected later.
Yeah.
So you're pointing out something really cool,
Yeah.
including the guy you didn't expect to be someone that would fight you is a perfect allegory for the fact that it takes until book 2 for Aang and Ko to learn that it's not only the Fire Nation were the enemies, there can be enemies. So even there's a lesson.
I'm misunderstood Aang and Ko. Is Aang and Ko the face stealer for
Yes,
a split
Aang and
second?
Ko the face stealer on adventure.
So we got a super chat. Talon wants to know what everyone thinks Zuko's reaction to Bosco would have been if he was with the gang at the time.
All right,
When I meet the Earth King,
Resident
that whole
Zuko
bit.
gets to go first. Go ahead, Zuko.
All right, so let me get the canon thing out of the way. In the canon comic North and South, Zuko at the very end of the comic has to sit right next to the Earth King because they're having a nice dinner to end the story. Except instead of sitting next to the Earth King, he is sitting next to Bosco the bear, and Bosco clearly has taken an interest in Zuko, but Zuko understandably sees a brown grizzly bear taking a huge ass interest in him, and all Zuko can do is just be constantly afraid of the grizzly bear that won't leave him alone.
Whoa, wait a minute, Kate. Are you mean to tell me that Bosco was a crossover animal all along? He was a brown grizzly bear? Mind blown.
I actually have another theory. So Appa, animal, hybrid, right? Momo, animal, he's a hybrid. Penguins, they're penguin otters, they're hybrids. Which animals are not hybrids? Twee and Law, the fish.
We see regular cats.
But Twee and Law, the fish. Ko,
The
who's like a wood
foxes.
louse. The foxes, yeah, which are spirits. I think Bosco's a spirit.
I'm
just kidding. That's just.
Why
I
don't you
love
tell
the
him?
owl. The owl, yeah, a
maybe this
spirit. It's
episode,
just
it
funny to
hasn't been,
think that like Quay just has this like powerful Earth spirit, and Heibai was a bear too.
Hey, somebody had to take care of Quay when he was on
Wait,
that like journey
grizzly
of
bears are
self-discovery in
brown
book 3.
though.
The Northern Water
I think
Tribe
that was
has
the
the Moon and
joke.
Ocean spirits there, and the Earth Kingdom
Okay.
has Bosco just dressed up like a bear, and Quay's just like playing with him.
The joke was that brown bears are also a classification, so I was being a butt and saying, "Oh, it's a brown grizzly bear. That's two types of
I was
bears."
also
I
like,
was
All right.
you can call
It's a bear
them
bear.
either grizzly bears or brown bears. Both mean the same thing, at least.
I
they
was just
don't.
trying to pick on Cade and it failed.
I
I'll
mean,
try
grizzly
again
bears
later.
are a type of brown bear, but not all brown bears are bears.
That does remind me that this is a landmark episode because it shows us Momo's first kill.
This is what happens when you're best friends with an
True.
evolutionary biologist studier, because I kid you not, I was doing a D&D thing with them like months ago. We need to get but I was like, you guys have to deal with snow leopards, and then Lucia goes on a whole thing about snow leopards. Pack animals, though, it wouldn't be leopards.
No. Yeah, you were like a pack of snow leopards. I was like, a pack? Like, are they all just coincidentally there? And you were like, no, they're a pack. I was like, snow leopards are one of the most solitary mammals in the world. Talking about, and you were like, fictional snow leopard.
Somebody didn't watch enough National Geographic growing up.
Yeah, I just like inhaled. I was like, fictional snow leopards that behave fictionally.
Yeah. Anyway.
Okay, so now to actually answer Talon's super chat because he did pay $5. So if he actually is there, and probably something along the lines of Katara, there is no such thing as just bear. It's obviously a something bear, so either you can't read it or they forgot to write it. That's the only thing that makes sense. Something like that. Him blowing his top off.
I've been bugging out because for a second I thought the super chat was referring to the voice actor of Zuka Dante Bosco being in the universe, and I was like, wait, what? When did that happen? I was bugging
How would
out.
Dante Bosco react to the bear?
Yes, I no, but no,
All
I
right.
was bugging out. I was like, wait, what?
Now that there has been a super chat for Zuko, let me remind you, you are now honor bound. If you want something from Lucia, it now has to be a penny more than what that was for me. If it's for Lucia, that is the honorable thing to do now.
That is true. Also, everyone else gets to share their opinion because it did say everyone.
I have no opinions.
I have an opinion. Can I share it?
Well, considering you just lorded the fact that you get to, why are you asking?
Go ahead, go ahead.
Exercise your right as a citizen of this crew.
I can and will abuse Kate. That's gonna happen. So my idea is that Zuko is gonna be like, but what kind? And like just keep repeating it, but getting quieter, and then like just kind of sit down and look like his entire worldview has been shaken. While the rest of them keep like bickering, he's just gonna like stare off into space, having a whole like existential crisis. That's how I feel.
All right. Does anybody else have any opinions on this?
I would just imagine he would just be very confused, but just mind his own business. Sort of like in the comic, if he's sitting right next to it, he'll be just like, and he's not going to be excited. Like I'm going to sit next to the bear. It's just like, oh, he's going to take all the good food.
Yeah.
Oh, Talon, you're right. I do always have it.
All right. If that is everybody's opinion, I think it is time for us to begin the final episode of this stream.
Probably should.
Curtis didn't go yet.
Sorry.
Let Curtis go.
I'll derail
Free
for the
my
super
man
chat.
Curtis.
Curtis is gone.
I'll be very brief. But I do
Curtis,
have
hurry
to.
up and create something.
Yeah, I'm creating controversy here now. That's what we're doing. Because I have a question actually from last episode. Someone could tell me. I'm waiting to ask, what did Appa try to eat in the Kyoshi episode that Katara didn't want him to eat?
Probably trees.
Oh, that's a good question. We were wondering that.
He eats
Yeah,
hay, so he probably tried to eat a tree.
Okay,
Well,
I was
he
about to say
could be
because
he could be trying to eat like the island's limited supply of hay or wheat or something.
Maybe I was just curious. Well, because Warsaw was just like I'm looking about. It's like, does Appa normally not eat things he's supposed to eat? This
Actually,
is like
Kyoshi houses are made of straw. At least their roofs are. What if Appa was trying to eat a whole ass house?
Okay.
Hot
Okay.
take. What if he was trying to eat Momo, and that's the evidence for Sokka's suspicion later?
Okay. Alrighty then. Anyways, I have only one thing to say, and this kind of piggybacks of what Zilla said, because there was one thing that Bumi said in this episode that just stuck out. He said, "What is the point of tests if you don't learn something?" The whole point, because Bumi in what's interesting live action, he didn't really have a test for Aang. He was more so he was strong arming him into a belief, like a belief of cynicism that he had to choose something. So there was no test really. There wasn't really a lesson for it. It was more just Boomy shoehorning in, like, this is how things are, and you gotta believe it. So it's like either you're gonna die here or I'm gonna die here, because that's how war is, sort of thing. So that's the one thing I do miss. But yeah, because here was when I saw this as an adult, I remember that I think one of my favorite moments of the entire show was when Aang was like, I was like, choose Boomy, Aang, or choose the king. He's weak, he can't do it. And Aang's like, I choose the king. And I was like, yes, he chose the king. And he's like, wrong choice. I'm like, oh no. So that subversion is probably one of my favorite moments of the entire show.
Yeah, that goes with the whole theme of the episode. The message he was trying to send: not everything is as it seems.
Yeah. Yeah, even because I think also Aang thought he outsmarted the test. He thought because like with that, and so like Boomy outsmarted the outsmarting. So yeah. Anyways, that concludes my thoughts. I have done creating thoughts.
Outsmarting the outsmarter.
All right, then it is time for us to begin the final episode, everybody.
That is the final
Let's
episode of today's
go.
watch, not the final. We're not skipping straight to the finale.
We're not skipping
The
straight to
final
the
for today.
We're not skipping content like Natla's writing team.
All right, here we go.
Man, I love that episode, guys. This is honestly one of my favorite book one episodes, and I'm so upset that both live action versions basically so
All right,
Well,
before we do anything, I do want to answer this question in the chat.
The first live action one.
Hold on. James wants to answer.
Yeah, so that whole playlist is a bunch of songs that I arranged for the project. The one that you were asking about, I believe it's a variation of the Ba Sing Se theme that I had in episode 2 when King Kwei is starting to first gets the idea or expresses it to Katara and Sokka that he's going to raise an army to confront Zuko over the colonies. I forget what I called it, but yeah, it's supposed to signify that Kwei is starting to have a bit of a dark streak and creating conflict in the comics.
Wait, is that with Katara and Sokka or Katara and Aang? Or am I misremembering?
That's with Katara and Aang.
Oh, Aang was there? Okay, my bad.
Yeah, because I thought Sokka was with Toph doing shenanigans. Sifu.
Yeah, they were doing Tiger Dillo.
Yeah. So it was Katara and Aang. But the point is, it was meant to signify that Kwei was starting to get dark in the comics and create
the path
conflict.
to the dark side, and
Yeah.
James nailed it.
All right, as we were.
I got a question about whether cowards float.
Cows do float. I am
Cowards,
human.
not cows. Cowards.
Someone in chat replied not in armor, and I don't think I could possibly give a better answer than to be honest. I mean, we do actually see some of them float after the airships thing, but then the airships fell on them, so they probably.
Cowards float because they're yellow bellied, and that stuff in their
And
belly
yellow
makes
is
their.
airbenders. You're right. So
Thank you. Yes.
Yellow
I
floats.
mean, I'd imagine that firebenders are filled with a lot of hot air, and hot air rises. So
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Why didn't they react to Katara saying she's? I don't understand.
So when Katara makes her big triumphant speech about like, oh, I was raised in the Water Nation and I
yeah,
grew up on
she
stories of
starts
you
it.
epic
Yeah.
earthbenders.
Yeah.
Oh, because they're still in the South, and the Fire Nation thinks they've wiped out all the waterbenders.
Yeah, I was thinking at most the guys like, oh, a waterbender snuck up on the ship, or no,
A
not
water
waterbender, sorry, a
tribe
water
member.
tribe person snuck up
Yeah.
on the ship. What's she gonna do,
Okay.
sort of thing?
Yeah.
And see, I thought it was
if they're
like
still
we
in the
just
south, then how is
captured.
Blessing going to send reinforcements to the north?
Yeah, I think because they didn't see Katara bend. They don't know she can
Okay,
bend, and the
That's
Fire
fair.
Nation
You could be
thinks they've
nation and not
wiped
a
out.
bender.
Yeah, and they think they wiped out all the Southern Water Tribe benders, and the Northern Water Tribe is obviously not coming
Anywhere
down
near
south.
here. Yeah.
So I think it's a pretty fair assumption to say that they were like, oops, we picked up a Water Tribe person. Who gives a crap? Like, they can't bend.
Fair
you
enough.
know?
Yeah.
I love the restraint to have an entire episode where Zuko doesn't even show up, to make his showing up at the tail end of this one for the twist that much more effective.
You only care
Oh,
about
yeah.
Zuko. You had like 2 seconds, and you're like, Zuko, my love, my boy.
I'm sorry, Azula. I'm gonna bully Kate at every moment because I can't stop method acting Azula.
I do agree, though. I'm sad that in every live action adaptation, they take this moment away from Katara. I actually think this serves a very important purpose being here before Jet, because it shows us that Katara didn't get taught to be a rebel or inspired to be a rebel by a dude. She is a freaking rebel. She has a righteous indignation and fury inside of her. And I love that. And female characters so rarely get that. It's always a dude that gets it. This meant so much to me when I was young.
Can someone kindly remind me, like, the Shyamalan version of the? I know everybody shares the meme of the one rock and like 12 earthbenders, but like, how did this actually get started? It's been a long time.
No worries. In the Shyamalan version, they are all in like a little mountain valley for some reason.
They're literally
Surrounded by Earth.
Surrounded by Earth. And this is especially ludicrous because in the Shyamalan version, firebenders can't generate fire, so they rely on little fire pits and lanterns. So it should be so easy.
Just
Like,
douse
all
the
they need-
fire.
Yeah, just douse the fire.
You win.
Like this. But what is especially egregious, besides all that, is that for no reason they gave Aang the role of giving
Ong.
the inspirational speech. Yeah, Ong, the role of the inspirational speech, and took it away from.
And he's
Katara.
just
And,
like,
okay,
hey, did you guys know you can fight? Oh yeah,
yeah,
we can.
and it's really dumb, yeah, because he's just like, guys, look, there's Earth. I don't know if you knew that. Yeah, that's how they did it in the.
The floor here is made out of earth.
Also, Aang takes off his hood and he's like, I'm the Avatar, which is a way more pressing matter than I'm a random person from tribe.
Yeah.
Like, you think.
Yeah, I'm gonna need them to not do that. But
Yeah.
I will.
yeah, that was an
say,
Ong thing.
This is
An
Yeah.
ongoing joke.
It's. I don't see a lot of people talk about this episode, which is a shame. Because this is just one of, if not my favorite Katara episode. Period.
She's so cool in this, dude. I love her.
Because the
I
only
will
other
say
thing off
though,
the top of my head that comes close would be the Southern Raiders for obvious reasons.
my only thing is like, I as much as Katara is a wonderful character, this is kind of, I'm sure, why there's also that whole joke about the first season she's being especially preachy. Like
Yeah,
this
but you know
entire
what? If that's the worst flaw she has as an activist, I'll take it. I'll take preachy Katara over no personality Katara.
I have thoughts on
Sure,
this, but I'll wait till my
fair.
turn. I'll wait till my.
Yeah.
Right,
Okay,
right.
no, I'll also wait. Actually.
To be fair,
I mean,
so far,
Sokka's allowed to be annoying. Katara could be preachy. It's fine.
to be fair, when we get to the third episode, it's usually that the third one usually becomes a free for all because we're tired.
That's true.
I'll say my piece then and get out of the way. Because it's worth noting, I was introduced to Avatar just in general from the Shyamalan movie, but specifically not the movie from, I believe it was the Nostalgia Critics video on it way back in the day. Like I was introduced.
Dante
And,
Bosco.
where he showed up in that. Well, it was funny because everyone's just like, "Oh my gosh, Dante Bosco's in it." I'm like, "Who is this guy? Why is he pretending to be the Fire Lord dude? What is it?" And it wasn't until many years later I realized, oh, that was actually him. But yeah, so
No.
and because of and I believe because again I didn't know much. I was just seeing the review of like how the movie was, but the earthbending scene always stuck out to me. Like that was the particular because like that was the thing of like despite knowing absolutely nothing about Avatar prior to watching this guy review a movie of a cartoon that I had no idea that even existed until that moment. That was the one thing where it's just like, yeah, I don't get that. So that always stuck out to me, and because of that, this episode has stuck out to me more so than any of the other episodes, at least especially for or than this or sorry, it sticks out more to me than most other people just for that connection to that. But yeah, I thought it was also interesting because like whenever Katara rallies them, she initially fails. And it's because like initially the earthbenders are like, yeah, we're not going to do anything. And then Haru, because he has the connection to Katara, does the one thing, and they're like, "No, we're gonna take Haru." And then his dad is just like, "Well, I can't let them do this to Haru," and so then he does it, and then that's the whole thing that gets everyone going. I
His
love that
connection to Katara
escalation.
and the fact that he's young. They
Yes.
point out that the energy of youth, rebellions and revolutions are often led by the youth reason, right?
And it helps
so
that he hasn't been broken.
yeah, he wasn't
Mhm.
broken yet. That's exactly it. Young people tend to
Then
not
Tyro was like, hey, I gotta protect my son.
Yeah. Tyro may have been broken,
Tyro
but
was
he
like, "I
still
ain't got no
understands being a
son."
He's
dad.
he's still a dad. He's still a
Yeah.
father who cares for
There
his
are
son.
good dads besides
Dad
Dakota in
instinct
the world.
triggered.
Yep.
Yeah.
Dad
So
instinct. Dad instincts awakened. Dad instincts online.
the main new thing I like that I noticed in this episode is something that I like is
Activated.
that whenever you have
Activated
an
was the word.
activated, yeah.
Dad
Whenever you have
instincts activated.
when you have an evil organization, I love it when they show why it sucks for the common people. Like, that's why it's jumping fandoms here. But one thing I love so much about in Star Wars, the shows Andor and most recently Bad Batch, is how much it shows living under the Empire was bad. Like, okay, yeah, they blew up a planet. That's bad. But like, was it bad for everyone? And the answer was yes, it was bad for everyone. So this is one of the first times we see like, oh, okay, the Fire Nation isn't just going around doing whatever they want. Like they have taken territories and they are making the lives of common people suck as a result. You've got people that are abusing their power and like saying, oh, hey, you got to pay your tax this month, for the thing, which is probably just he was keeping the money for himself. So we see that in the episode.
I think it's also notable that George Takei plays the here because
Oh,
he
yeah.
himself was in an internment camp when he
Yeah.
was young.
Yeah.
In the Japanese internment camps
Mm.
because of the Japanese Exclusion Act. He's talked about it openly. He's been an
He's
activist
released a comic book about it.
Yes, yes. It
Yeah.
is for his
And that inspired his
great
performance for
ally
this,
for
right?
Asian American rights, a great activist.
That inspired his performance because he portrayed it off one of the people that was the leader of the camp
Exactly.
he was at.
And he
Right?
would wind up playing Ko in the live action.
Yeah,
series.
he said he wanted to be the warden specifically because he knows how these people act. That
Mm.
the
Yeah.
people in charge of these kinds of camps,
Dang.
That's
and he
interesting.
wanted to
Mhm.
make sure that it wasn't in any way downplayed or not true to how brutal they can really be. And I admire that greatly. To
Yeah.
go back and replicate something horrible that happened to you to try to inform the younger generation, like man, George Takei's awful. That guy.
Yeah,
All
because
around
he also
amazing.
he did this. He's done this across multiple fandoms too. Because in Star Wars, he plays the weapons researcher Lot Dodd in
Yes.
or Lock Durd. Yeah, so like, and he does a very similar role where he's like he goes up to the natives and he's like, oh yeah, we're all friendly and stuff, and he's like, no, this isn't how it is. You people don't matter. We're gonna burn this place to the ground, sort of thing.
Another thing about this episode I think is important is that it shows Aang learning to be the Avatar. So something I think the live action neglected sadly is Aang's journey. Like he doesn't really have one in the live action. He just spends the whole time going, "Man, I have a big responsibility." But we see from episode 1 where he's inspiring people simply by being himself, someone who got to grow up in a loving war, and that in itself is powerful. But here, and then in Kyoshi Island, you know, he kind of learned responsible as his dawdling and just basking in it and not moving on when he should move on caused Zuko to come and burn things down. So he's realizing his very presence can risk others to be more. But here we see the moment, like he's inspired by Katara the same way that he inspires her and the rest of the world. Katara inspires him. For someone, as someone who has grown up suffering this way and seeing the injustice, felt like she wanted to do something. The way she goes forward and refuses to give up or abandon the people even at great personal risk clearly inspires and affects Aang, and that's the reason he even comes up with the idea about the cult. If Katara had not been there inspiring him, Aang would not have come up with an idea to help these people. He might have had to run away and evade, because one thing airbenders do, evade, right? But that's not what waterbenders do. Waterbenders find another way. And that's exactly what Katara and Sokka both embody, really. So I think that that's very important, because Aang is not only learning bending literally in this season, he is learning the philosophy of change, of adaptability.
All right.
So I just think that's significant.
Before we go on, we have another super chat, also from Talon. Thank you,
Thank
Talon.
you, Talon.
Do you think that if Toph and Aang had a second, more serious fight after the Earth Rumble fight, that Toph would have stood an actual chance, knowing she was against an airbender?
That's a good question.
Okay, so if we don't let Aang go into the Avatar state, I think absolutely, because guess what Aang can't do? He can't metal bend.
But Aang can bend all the other elements.
He can.
So
Yeah, we
what
also
could
have to
metal bending
consider.
do to him that he couldn't come?
Yeah, we also have to
So-
consider what part in the series we're in. If we're like
That's what I was
immediately
gonna ask.
if we're like
Yeah.
immediately
Yeah.
after Toph found out that Aang was an airbender and that he was airbending during that fight.
Probably Toph.
Because Toph didn't learn how to metal bend until the end of
I
season
think
2.
even if she
Yeah.
metal bended, if metal grabs Aang in any way, he can heat it to weaken it. He can use bending or water bending to build up pressure and rip it off of. There's a lot of things you can do when you bend any element and you're creative, very adept at it. He can create, you know, air shields around himself to make sure that when he is heating up the metal, that he's not getting hit by that. There's all sorts of creative ways to combat that, but I think that the most significant aspect would not actually be their ability, but the psychological warfare. 'Cause
That's
while
what I was
Aang-
gonna point out.
Yeah, right? Like, well, Aang has an advantage because he's the Avatar. You can't really beat that. I think Toph is really good at, like, getting Aang's goat, and I think that would be the decider. Like, does she get to him enough that he's like, ah, Toph, and she just gets him?
That was ultimately the point I was gonna harp on. Is like, I think skill wise, yeah, obviously Aang is the Avatar, and like, yeah, he has outgunned her in the scope of he is the Avatar and he can bend all four elements. But I think it really does gonna come down to a matter of wills, because I don't think Toph is beyond doing something. I don't want to say fighting dirty, but doing something underhanded or exploiting an obvious weakness to win. She is very competitive. She is very like, I'm gonna stand my ground and I'm gonna get you. And I think that desire to win, I think you could get Aang to be serious and to get, you know, guns blazing, like, or pedal to the metal, whatever the expression is. But I also think it's going to take longer for him to get to that zone mentally, and there's a lot of room to throw him off his game before then. Whereas Toph, I think, like, is going to be like, oh, we're doing this, okay, instantly, let's go time, we're fighting now. So I think that the question was posed, would Toph have stood an actual chance? I say she would definitely have stood an actual chance. Would she have won? I really think that there are a lot of factors that, like, I think Aang has the advantage, but there's a lot of factors that could come into play.
So
Like
Talon,
if she shouted, "Hey, Twinkle Toes, isn't that Katara making out with Zuko?" Like, Aang's not gonna.
All right,
He's gonna be like, "What?"
Alan elaborated on his scenario, so it sounds like he's asking if just after the original Earth, Toph learned
yeah,
it was an
immediately
airbender.
after that
I
fight,
just
and
don't
it's
think-
strictly Aang's airbending versus Toph's earthbending.
I think
I would
like, a lot
imagine
of-
that the same stadium too.
I think a lot of these questions are difficult to answer because a lot of bending doesn't come down to down to creativity and
Right.
down to what's happening in the moment. So I think that there's any number of scenarios you could imagine where either one of them comes out on top. But if we're talking overall power, Aang is by far the most powerful. There's just no competing with him. He's the Avatar. But I think if we're talking about two friends having a friendly scrap, then I think the circumstances definitely depend, because I could see Toph getting the upper hand on Aang. But Aang could also get the upper hand on her. I think
Yeah.
it's like a lot of these things. It's
Yeah.
always going to depend on who's writing them, right? Like it's,
I think
it's
it's
the classic verses
I
conundrum.
literally wrote, I literally can, because I wrote a fight scene between Zuko and Aang where Zuko believably won without it being.
if
Lucia
you're
read it.
a
It's
good
possible.
enough writer, can write any scenario.
Cade writing Zuko winning, pretends to be shocked.
Yeah.
I
But
know, right?
Toph would definitely be better knowing what she's dealing with going into the fight. Which I think is the spirit more so what Talon was asking. Like, yes, I believe Toph would also do like substantially better than she did.
Yeah,
Not sure
and
if she'd
Toph
win, but she would be better.
Toph is very smart, and she has worked with having like a missing piece of info her whole life. So I think the minute she has like that piece of the puzzle clued in, oh, I'm fighting an airbender, she's immediately gonna zero in and like sharpen her seismic sense, and she's gonna adapt to that situation. Because as much as Earthbender is like, there's no other way, dig in and do the thing. I think that's gonna apply to the fight, and she's gonna, all right, I'm doing this thing, so how do I win this fight? Because I'm not leaving this fight.
Yeah, not to mention, like, after you, go ahead.
I think like with these specific parameters that Talon has put down, the main issue is that I could not see that ending in anything other than just a draw, specifically in Aang like running away, because this is after he has met Toph, and like in that little window where he is still relying on that. They're specifically saying no waterbending, so that's not an option, but also like this is before Toph has taught him to just confront the situation head on, which is kind of the only thing that could draw him into that actual serious fight.
Right, and I will say, even if they were like starting to actually get serious and like both of them buckling down, I find it like if that were to ever happen, I very realistically see it as the minute they're actually serious and going full ham, Katara would like splash them or something and be like, wait, and it like cuts off right there, and then they come back to their senses and they're like, oh, maybe we shouldn't fully throw down in this public place. Let's chill out for a sec.
But it is a lot like Lucia said. It would be one thing if Aang was just a super, prodigal airbender, but it's not so much that he's an airbending prodigy. He is, but him being the Avatar kind of gives him a really unfair advantage that can't be calculated.
Okay, you know that
For
meme
sure.
where they list a bunch of characters and they cost different prices and they give you like $15.
Yes.
And make your team, the rest will try to kill you. And like I noticed that, there were some that cost a full $10, $5. And I saw Sokka only cost $1. So I said, give me 15 Sokkas. I think you could do it. And they were like, how is Sokka gonna take out characters like Toph and Azula?
And Kyoshi.
And Kyoshi. And I was like, first of all, seduction. Second of all, and I was like, 15 Sokkas, he's not going to be any of them in bending. But, you didn't specify exactly what he's allowed to do. Give me 15 Sokkas. I think I can take anyone.
From what you guys have told me,
Sokka has that pathetic role riz. Some bending will be involved.
If any guy was gonna riz Kyoshi, it would be Sokka. At least from what you guys have told me.
Like Sokka has a really high.
Sokka can riz anyone.
Yeah,
dude. In the novels, they imply even Azula has a crush on him. Come on, like he can riz anyone.
Like all Sokka has to do for Kyoshi, just put the dress on. That worked for Suki.
Yeah, if he puts on a dress and goes hello with the fan, Kyoshi's just gonna laugh and be like, "Boy, you're too cute. Oh my gosh!" Like she's not.
By the way, Twinkle Toes, Sokka definitely triggers the simp instinct. So just for the record.
So, any chance?
I don't want to
we
interrupt.
can discuss
And
the
in
episode?
general, I was like, I have thoughts about the episode, but I was waiting.
Sokka's a bard artificer.
Anyway, episode.
Yeah. Next, I've finished my thing. Dorn is next.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have not much to add really. But I do agree that this definitely is with Cade and a bunch of other of you fellas mentioning how this is definitely a really powerful moment for Katara in particular, and also kind of like what Luthia was saying about like this. They do show that divide between like the youth and the elders, and how like the rebelliousness is really encapsulated by the youth, which makes like the payoff so well of the rebellion, because it was like a knock-on effect. It was first of all the warden walked away, then Haru flicked him a rock, which never fails to not make me laugh because it's just so funny because he kind of deserved it. And then his dad steps in, and then they all step in. So for me, that is just such a great moment. And it also never fails to make me laugh when they really believed those Fire Nation soldiers believed that Momo was lifting the rock. I'm just like, seriously, man. I know
love
that
that he
there's a lot
blushes
of things.
afterwards.
I know that a lot of things are possible in this universe, but I just thought that the Fire Nation soldier thinking that was possible. I was just like, okay, but it never fails
Indeed,
to
the
make me.
goofiest.
But yeah, but still funny. Absolutely funny. All this say, but I guess a lot of those Foundation soldiers may not have many brain cells. But hey, that's another conversation. And also, yeah, it's George Takei as the warden. Yeah, it's funny because I remember Lockdurt Curtis very well from Clone Wars. That was a really good episode, even though it was only like one episode he was in. But the minute the warden started speaking, I was like, hey, I know this guy because I watched that last time after
I've
Clone
seen
Wars.
this guy be a jerk in another fandom.
Yeah, I was like, oh shit, this guy again. and honestly, it is really funny. Like his last line in this episode, please, I can't swim. Don't worry, I hear cowards float. That's never fails to make me laugh. But yeah, I think that Haru as well was like really interesting because like I do find it really. I've always liked the concept of this episode, like that because of the fact that the Fire Nation took all these earthbenders and like put them to work, that they've literally been hiding part of like their identity. These earthbenders like Haru, like almost like shamefully, even though it is part of what makes them who they are, which is why I think it was so believable how Katara was able to make that emotional connection. And then, of course, yes, one of the best parts of the whole thing, which is probably what we're going to get into the next few episodes, is the fact that Katara loses the necklace and Zuko picks it up. I'm like, yes, because for me that's a very important moment, like because it really shows how in this season like Zuko is a by any means necessary guy about what he wants to do, which is like capture Aang. And if he has to use the freaking necklace, he will use the freaking necklace, like that for me is like very just like the same with Kyoshi Island, like setting it on fire in the previous episode. I was just like, yeah, man, like this is book one Zuko. Yeah, exactly. So it's just like it's so funny because like for me, Dallas is still like a great casting choice for Zuko, but I really had like such a mini cathartic release when he was like wrecking his room saying, "Where's my journal?" because it was like exuding that Zuko temper, and I was like, "Yes, that's something I recognize." Yes, but yeah, the short version is that great moment for Katara. I understand her, especially between her and Haru, and yeah, I really like the idea of like how the gang together came up with the idea of the coal as well to use it as the weapon because that was the only thing that, of course, that was Earth. And also, I just realized something. Maybe I got it wrong, but what was Momo doing with those spears? Those Fire Nation spears?
I
Was he
think he
literally
was
like
just get. I think he was just disarming the Fire Nation troops.
I will say,
with
it
his
looked like
tail,
Sokka
right?
was breaking, right? Wasn't Sokka breaking and he was just
Yeah.
collecting?
Yep.
Yeah.
Do what with them? Was he just gonna toss them out or something?
Oh, I think it's just like to confirm that they're taking out the Fire Nation soldiers without actually killing them. Like it's just one of those like family show moments.
Ah, okay. It's because I never noticed it as much like in this watch. I was like, what is he doing with those spears? I thought he was just collecting them as a hobby for a second. I was like, why would he do that? But no, no, no. But yeah, those are my thoughts, my 2 cents.
All right,
Talon
now
with
for the sake of
another
anarchy,
Talon with
Ryoma, what did
another
you think?
super chat. How different would Sokka's waterbending be from Katara's if they both had it?
I think that Sokka is way more pragmatic while Katara. So I feel like if they were both benders, which I like it that they're not, because it fits with Sokka's
Mhm.
personality that he's the grounded materialist and isn't really magic. But if he was, I feel like Sokka would be a lot more direct, have a lot less flourishes, and would probably struggle as a bender. because of the push and pull element, what he just kind of wants to get to the point. I'm sure he'd wish that he was more of an earthbender so he could just smash things sometimes.
Wouldn't that also like completely change his character too?
Yes.
If he's a bender? Yeah.
I think
Because-
if you like take that whole like Iroh's explanation of the four elements thing, and that like some people are have a certain element but use it in the style of a different one, I think everyone is kind of right in Sokka like being personality wise. Like if you had to classify him in one of the four elements as some kind of personality quiz, he'd probably be the most Earth-like of the group. So I'm guessing that would sort of translate to him focusing a lot on ice.
Yeah.
Because it's the
Yeah,
most
I was
solid
about to
form of
say,
water.
I think Sokka would prefer to use ice to water.
An icy boy.
Also, Sokka would be unable to heal.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, the men don't learn to
Maybe he
heal.
learned
No,
it
but, like,
very
in
late
general,
on
Yeah.
when he puts on the dress.
No, he's definitely not a healer
And
class.
I'm sure he would just go full Riz, telling all the women that he's an ice guy.
And
Ice
then
guy.
Ice guy and Riz
Oh
Bender?
no, he would turn into
Oh,
Arnold
no.
Schwarzenegger in
Ice
Batman
of
and
you to
Robin.
stop by.
Sokka can make you wet jokes would never stop. They would never
Oh
stop.
no!
No, we don't need that.
In a more safer word,
The
Katara
Ice
would
Age
be like-
cometh.
Katara would be like, "Oh no, I can bloodbend," and Sokka would be like, "I've been doing that since the beginning, sis," and like mug at the camera.
Oh no!
Bow, 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 bow,
And
bow,
then
bow,
Katara
bow,
would
bow,
bloodbend,
bow.
shut him up.
Yeah, last thing I'll say is, in a more safer work scenario, he'd probably also be like, "Can I get you a drink?" He's like, "Go to order me ice," and then he just makes their drink into ice. He's like,
Zuko and Sokka would bond over their sisters are better at bending than them.
Yes.
I would imagine also he would just be like an expert fisherman. He would just ice everything. I mean, can you imagine the crafts he would make out of ice? It wouldn't just be igloos. It would be like
You're
straight up
right.
warship.
Yeah, he would.
That's what I was thinking. Like
He's still
very
an engineer.
technically, yeah. Also, I think it would be interesting if it's like swap one bender for a non-bender. So like by giving Sokka bending, you have to take someone else's bending away in terms of the universe. Like if we reimagine it, I think that would be an interesting question.
Sokka would definitely say ice, ice, baby.
Like no one would even understand what it means, but he would say it.
Yeah.
Azula would be like, "It's under pressure."
I do think that like we have established that as much as Sokka is a creative, he's also terrible at visual arts. So he would just make the worst ice sculptures.
Oh my god.
Absolute dog shit.
Well, he's
It would be
better
amazing.
He's better at sculpting with his hands than he is at drawing.
Here's the thing, though. We do see his sand
they
sculpture
make
of
that mud
Suki in
version
the
of his
Ember Island
girlfriend.
episode. So
Yeah. And I see Sokka hearing advanced guard and hearing avant garde, and he makes art. But
We're putting you in the advanced guard. Yeah. Someday
Azula is 14 twinkle toes.
Yeah. Someday in the future, like probably when we get a bigger following and we can have more things, it would be interesting if we did like an Avatar what if where we do fun speculations. We're gonna need to we need a larger sample size. I feel like we definitely need more people who are willing to come up with creative situations.
Look,
Put that
I don't
on the
wanna-
docket for the future.
I don't want to copy Masako too much, okay?
Guys, I have so many spoilers about book 4. I have so many spoilers. I should probably go eat dinner before.
What in relation to that question about Azula's age, does anyone celebrate a birthday over the course of the show?
The guy that Sokka tricks into dropping him.
Yep.
in the fat
Okay,
egg.
so in that case, does everyone just happen to be born between the comet and whatever day in the fall Aang woke up? Is it just like a month and a half where everyone in the universe celebrates their birthday?
Yeah, I mean it's
A
possible.
month and a half where everyone gets laid. A month and a half where everyone has sex.
Whoa.
Okay, here it is.
Okay.
James, I got it for you.
Turned into a totally different
Sokka
chat.
and Katara's birthdays happened right before the iceberg, so they didn't celebrate during the show, right? And then Toph's happened, and that was in the winter, so it's fitting. They're water tribe. And then Toph's happened before they found her in the spring, so that's why it didn't happen during the show. Zuko's happens in the summer, but it happened in the Fire Nation, and they didn't celebrate it because Ozai hates him, and he probably just made it Ozai's second birthday party. So that's why we didn't see it. That's why they sent them to Ember Island, so Ozai could have his second. And then Aang is an airbender whose season is fall, so it happens in the fall after the end of the show. There you go. Bam.
So, I'm sorry.
Good
When was
job.
Tops again?
Before we meet her.
I was just jokingly assigning them to that their element corresponds with. So since water is winter and that's when the show starts, I'm saying
No,
that
the show starts in fall because we get the winter solstice episode, so it happens at least a couple weeks before winter starts.
it's always winter in the Southern Water Tribe, James.
That is
Yeah. Also, yeah, you got to talk because like you got the whole different sides of the equator have different seasons.
Wait. I've got an idea. What if all of the gang members have the same birthday and it happened during the Zuko Alone episode where we didn't see them?
We didn't see them.
Yes! I'm
That's
behind
a
this.
good one, Kate. That's a good
Alright,
one.
let's
But hey, that's just
Maybe
a
they
theory.
just don't culturally celebrate birthdays.
Alright, let's do back
Avatar
to
theory.
Okay.
Well,
the
maybe they
episode.
just didn't have time to.
That's also fair.
They were looking for Appa.
James is right though. This is the last episode. We gotta wrap this.
We're in the final stretch. Yes, Iris is up next.
People are hungry and people gotta sleep.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I don't know why the
so-
comic said that Azula was only when she's 2 years younger than Zuko. I don't. Maybe Ozai's just a bad dad and doesn't know his kids' ages.
When were you born again?
That's canon.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Alright.
When were you born again, Zuko?
Alright, Iris, hurry up before we get derailed with more jokes.
Yeah, so everyone's already like praised George Takei as the warden, and they are objectively correct too. Like that was very good. I actually didn't know about the like how the internment camp experience weighed into it, and I think that's fascinating. I think outside of that, it's like this is a fun Katara episode. I think like because it shows all of her good and bad sides, and also her at her at her least go with the flow and her most stubborn. And I think like it's not something I really appreciated properly when I watched it for the first time, but as someone who is kind of as someone who is on the autism spectrum, I think Katara's relationship to justice is both interesting and in many ways pretty relatable because she just like her biggest strength and her biggest weakness, as you can see in this episode, is that she cannot just let it go. If she sees something going wrong, like that more caring side of her personality kicks in, and she just like she cannot ignore it. She just is completely unable to. She has to intervene and do something, and a lot of the time she's having to do that on limited information and from like a position where she's not favored, and it doesn't always work out for her, but she still always feels like she has to keep on trying. And like the show like shows you all of the sides of that it is like that it is a good instinct to have, that it comes from a place that is healthy, and that is like usually it means that she is on the morally correct side of any argument, but also that it can just make her very difficult to work with. And I think it made that little moment she has with Sokka where he's just, I hate when you get like this, and switches to starting to help her interesting, because it also shows that Sokka is like has already learned to deal with this to some extent. So yeah, I think just it showcases that side of her, and that is the main thing I wanted to comment on for this.
She
Agreed
puts up
and
with my
related.
neuroses. I put up with her revolutionary
Justice
stubbornness.
tirating.
It evens out.
Oh, also, I said it in chat, but when you said they'd have to take away bending from someone else, I think it should be tough, and I think it should make her more dangerous.
I
because
saw
they
that,
give her
Iris, and I
problems
have to
instead.
agree with you. I have to agree.
Anyway, we probably should be signing off. Everyone needs to eat, use the bathroom, go on with their lives.
Yeah,
But we will be back as
Wait.
Well, at least Cade will be back for.
We have plenty of people who haven't given their thoughts yet.
As
I
I
need to
said.
go.
Okay.
Okay, you have to go.
We need to wrap it up. Come on.
Okay.
I need to go at least.
Alright.
I love all of you.
I mean, I don't have
I'm
much to add anyway, so it's
join Cade tomorrow for Zuko Plays Dishonored, and join us again next week. We'll be back. I'm gonna let you guys finish, but we need to go because there's actually people. So I gotta go.
All right.
Feed
I have to
yourselves.
feed my
All right.
dog.
Peace
Hey.
out.
Peace out.
All right.
Peace.
Thank you.
You
all.
guys, if all right. So yeah,
So I guess
wrapping
Are
things
we,
up for the last few people here. Yeah.
You can.
Alrighty.
Yeah, we'll finish up with these people and then we'll call it.
Who was next?
James was next.
Go for it.
Yeah, real quick. I agree with everything everyone said. This was a fantastic episode for Katara. George Takei's performance was great. There were a couple of music moments that I hadn't noticed in previous watches. Like there were some themes surrounding Haru, and the snitch that I never picked up on before. I'll have to watch the episode again on my own time to take those themes in. They sounded sort of dark in a way that there was some sort of quality that I hadn't heard from other tracks on the soundtrack that I'll have to give another listen to. Yeah.
Okay.
Cal?
Awesome.
Darker music.
I do have a lot of thoughts, but I will try my best to be more concise. Katara, I really, really appreciate her. She latches on to injustice and she will not let it go. And as Lucia and some other people had mentioned, that is a big source of inspiration for Aang. And I think a lot of the times they're morally aligned, but Katara gives Aang that push to do something about it, which is really cool. And later he does it on his own, but I do think it's really cool how in the beginning you do see that momentum is driven a lot of the time from Katara. I also think it was mentioned how like she gets that stereotype of being very preachy, especially in season 1. And I do feel to some degree a little bit of that is how we view women in terms of gender roles. Like I do think some of it is a little bit of misogyny, internalized and subtle and unintentional, but I do find a little bit of it there. Because as it was said, if it was a guy character, oh, well, like, of course it's going to be that. And it's not oftentimes seen the female characters giving these great big epic speeches that motivate an army or something. And I don't think she's necessarily preachy. I do get how that comes off, but I think it's more so that she is like the backbone of the group. She is the one to morally check people in their shenanigans. Does that make her perfect and infallible? Absolutely not. There are plenty of times when Katara's stubbornness gets the better of her, or she comes across as self-righteous, etc., etc. She has her flaws, and I think that's what makes her so dynamic as well as the rest of the cast. But those moments of her being the moral backbone, of her being the heart of the group, is so great, and it allows all the other characters in the group, in the gang, to reach their pinnacle, to be who they are to their fullest, because they know Katara is there as their heart. Will not let them stray from their path too far. And they have the support of her there, like very nurturing, loving support, and her dedication to justice and her inability to let injustice go is really inspiring, and I do think motivates not just Aang but Sokka and eventually Toph and all of the other members. So yeah, I think I love her preachy speeches. I think they're really, really cool, and I think it's also a way that the show shows you that sorry, I'm trying to articulate here. One person can make a difference, I suppose I should say. But in the same breath as one person can make a difference, one person can turn the tide, it also goes on to show you that one person is not, in of themselves an island. Like one person is not complete in what they need to fulfill anything. Because while Katara is the impetus, is the push to this change, if she didn't have the support of Aang and Sokka on board, she wouldn't have accomplished even the initial scheme of getting captured. If she didn't have Haru and Sokka and Aang on the ship, they wouldn't have been able to provide the coal, and Haru wouldn't have been able to cast the first stone, so to speak. That was the motivation to have Tyro get involved, have the other earthbenders rally. So while Katara is 100% the catalyst, she is the impetus, and she is that motivational driving force, she is also not in and of herself the end all why it happened. It takes a village, so to speak. It takes a network of people to make change. Like, yeah, one wave starts the momentum, but it's the rest of the waves that gather together that create a tidal wave or a tsunami, or however you want the metaphor to go. I also think it's really powerful how both Sokka and Katara are stubborn, but in their own ways. And I really like how, despite Katara being this very adaptable, very find another solution and alternate route, and that is representative of water bending, I also think it's her stubbornness is equally indicative of water bending, because water is known to be this powerful force of nature that will wear away at a stone. You know what I mean? Like, there's this rock here and it doesn't leave, it wears away at it. It takes its time, it stays its course, and it makes a path through. It cracks the rock, it wears it away, it makes the change through determination, through perseverance. Yes, there's always the find another path, find another route, another way through, but there's also the stay the course and make it through. So I think that's also really, really cool, the metaphors in that. Everything everyone said about George Takei is 100% accurate. He is a legend, phenomenal work. Also, the voice actor for Tyro is in things, and he's also incredible. Super powerful voice, super iconic voice.
Kevin Michael Richardson.
Yeah,
Thank you.
he's
Yes.
timeless.
Yes,
He's
yes, yeah.
Like
timeless.
the voice
three
of
characters in here.
yeah, he's a
and-
lot in Avatar and countless other shows that were my whole childhood and video games and all.
Same.
And
Oh, yeah.
I love him.
Like if I was to list them all, we'd be here all night.
Right, exactly. So yeah, I'll try to wrap it up, but I think that's really cool. And one last thing that I will say is I think it's so great when Katara is immediately devastated. You see that in the way the score hits the words of like they took Haru or whatever and all these things, and you see that in the way like the emotional impact of no words, just Katara dropping her jar the minute she sees Haru's mom, and it clicks and she understands exactly what the heck happened.
Yeah.
And to springboard off that one topic, sidebar, I also love that they're showing, like Curtis said, the impact to the everyday person, how the effects of imperialism are not just, we are now under control of their nation. They are not just, well, now we have to pay these exorbitant taxes, which is already terrible. That is exploitative and horrendous. But it's also the living in fear. It's also the every aspect of your life being out of your control. It is the not knowing when husband, when your father, your brother, your son, your child, whoever is going to be taken from you, to have no control in your life and to live in that constant state of fear, to not know when you will see your loved one again, if they will die, if they're alive or hurt or starving or what have you, because of the effects of this war, because of the effects of imperialism, that even this small inconsequential village is not safe from the Fire Nation's reach. But to go back to what I was saying, I really, really love how Katara is immediately devastated, see it with the pot and all of that. And she walks in and she's immediately like, they took Haru, oh my god. And I'm sure Sokka and Aang, of course, see the devastation on her face, hear the pain and the fear and the oh my god in her. And Sokka immediately goes and puts an arm around her and is immediately like comforting big brother mode. And I love that Katara is able to take that, and within the span of less than a minute, she takes that comfort, and then she is like, all right, I've had my moment, I have mourned, now let's do something about this shit. Like, this is unacceptable and I am not gonna stand by. Like, it's immediately like, all right, what's the plan? We're doing something, like, this is it. And like it was mentioned, Sokka doesn't even argue, sees the look in her eye. All right, so this is what we're doing. I wish we weren't doing this, but this is what we're doing, so the plan, and I am behind you. And that's just so beautiful. And I love just everyone helping each other and supporting each other, and go team. And also, Momo can definitely earthbend. He is gaslighting everyone. That is Thank you for the
100%.
floor.
Oh my gosh. Cow, I want your autograph now, please.
I can send it to you, but thank you.
Love
I don't think I deserve that.
Oh, yeah,
Yes, you
beautifully
do.
put, Cal. That's really.
Thank you. So I had
Yeah.
a lot of thoughts
This is
earlier, but we kept
conundrum.
getting sidetracked. Really cool concepts to discuss.
Yeah.
All right, moving on.
Just to address what you started, Cal,
Yeah.
when you mentioned the Katara's reaction. Yeah, I definitely I'm gonna be honest, this was not really an episode I tuned into when they did reruns on Nickelodeon. I kind of skipped this a lot, and like as now that I'm older, I'm appreciating it a little more. So even then, I thought Katara was a little too preachy and like chatty for someone who's like I think 14 to tell the entire division to stand up. But you know, in hindsight, after doing these rewatches, I'm like, no, she does have that bit of fighter instinct in her because of what happened to her village. So it does make a bit more sense as to why she's doing it.
Right.
But
Yeah.
in the art aspect, it's definitely a lot of wonderful cinematic moments, especially that like brief moment of no talking, just reacting, of just Katara, you know, just dropping the vase of water, as well as subtle things like how water is so natural to her, like she doesn't even use the pump. She just
Yeah.
gets
Yeah.
it straight out of the faucet. You know, it's those kind of little things that I also really appreciate. It's not just like how this little tiny town works, but also how she works, how she thinks. She just like she already is practicing and realizing shortcuts to how to use water belly to just improve daily life. And those are the kind of things that I pay attention to. And yeah, I really appreciate that you brought that up, Cal. Like it's just a lot of nice little touches that need no
Yeah,
words.
those
It's just all
nuances.
visuals. Exactly, exactly. So yeah, just wanted to bounce off that.
And I want to bounce off of you again if you don't mind me jumping in one last
Sure.
time.
Mutual bouncing.
I'm so sorry. I love how you mentioned that because it reinforces the thing that is like one of the primary themes of this episode is how can you tell Haru to not earthbend? He's an earthbender. That's like telling me not a waterbender, not to waterbend. It's part of who we are. And that shot of her not even thinking to use the pump and just waterbending it out is such a subtle but such a powerful way to reinforce that idea of this is who they are. It's part of them. It's second nature. You
A
cannot take
literal
away
extension of themselves.
exactly. And I think that's also just brought it to my mind. Such an amazing
Cal?
Oh,
allegory
sorry, you're
for the
starting to
effects of
get out.
imperialism.
She's
Hello?
back.
Can you
She's
hear me
back.
now?
Oh, you're
She's
back.
back.
You're back.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I was going to say, I think that's such an amazing allegory for imperialism. One of the primary ways that imperialists function when they are trying to take over a land or putting people into camps. You see it with the Nazis, you see it with literally any conquering imperialist stuff in history, is they try to, I mean, even with like Native Americans in the North America, they try to remove their identity from their captives. And so to like they dehumanize them in that way. They remove who they are. And so by removing earthbending, not even just from the people they have captured on that ship, but from the villagers as a whole, if they see you earthbending, they will take you. Is such a powerful metaphor for the ramifications and the reaches of imperialism and how imperialist nations operate. So I think that's really, really impactful in a way that as a kid it didn't click, but now I'm like, oh, it's right staring me right in the face. I also think it's worth mentioning the long, scary reaches and the fear that it instills in a people in the way that that snitching old man reacted. Who the fear is so great and so instilled in you that you are willing to betray your own people, the own person who saved your life the day before, for the sake of your overlords because of the deep seated fear that you live in. Is he right? No. Snitches get stitches, wind up in ditches, or sleeping with the fishes. But it does show how it warps your mentality and how it affects every aspect of your life. I will shut up now. Thank you so much.
Love you,
You're
Cal.
good.
Yay.
Very good.
No, so wait, no, I did. Thank you
don't
for
need
thank you
to.
for dispensing the words of wisdom. The cow
Yes.
TED talk.
You,
The cow has spoken.
yeah.
I love you guys.
Who is left to speak?
Ryoma and Jacob.
Okay.
I'll let Jacob take this one. I don't really have much to say.
I was say if he's not there, I think he did say earlier that he didn't have much else.
Okay, well,
I see.
yeah,
Ryoma,
well,
I think you should close it out then.
all right. Very strong episode. It's one of the reasons why I admire this show. Because, like, at the time, a bunch of shows are and video games were protagonist focused, and they always zero in on that fact. But this show is unafraid to make someone else take the center stage, and I think it's all the more better for it. Like, like Katara's heroism, as you guys said, as Cal said, her standing up for the prisoners and Haru, it's it affects how Aang sees justice. It affects how Sokka sees justice. It affected Haru in the same episode, and it's great. It's great to see Katara be just as much as heroic as even Aang or anybody. Um, just yeah, nothing else new to say about that. It's just a very strong episode. More on the Kevin Michael Richardson thing. It's really fun in American cartoons to spot like Corey Burton or Kevin Michael Richardson or Steve Bloom in the background. That's the because the fun thing about that is that they always use there's at least one character that they use a voice that they rarely ever use. And the first Fire Nation guy, he put on this light voice, and it was like I almost didn't recognize him. There's like this tiny bit of Kevin Michael Richardson in there, but but it was really nice to hear. I kind of want to hear a named character with that voice, and
Like Kevin Michael Richardson, he's known for that deep booming voice, but then he has these roles that really show off his range that really catches you off guard.
oh yeah, like Dumongo in Samurai
Mongo
Jack.
from that's
Yeah,
a
it's
great example.
great. It's like high pitched and crazy. It's but
Samurai Jack.
yes. Samurai Jack.
That was
Okay.
good.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Then like and I didn't know about that George Takei was even in this show.
And little his whole backstory.
No, I
I didn't know
know.
he was Co.
Oh, yeah, he was co in the live action one, but he's very. It was interesting that Lucia talked about the internment camps that he outright said, "Let me play this role."
Oh
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I mean, that he would do that because like usually when he gets these roles like this, he would just he would be cast because he would be right, but to go back to a time of his life on purpose to show kids just how cruel humanity can be.
Yeah, and if you don't mind
In-
me jumping
yeah,
in,
yeah,
Leo,
go
I'm
ahead.
so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think that just goes to show how much art in whatever medium, which cartoons are a medium of art, it's not just entertainment. Art at its core purpose is catharsis, is human expression, and it's meant to both teach and unify. Like it is something relatable to feel. And so I think it's a very common thing for artists to express or to showcase aspects of their lives, tell their truths in their artwork. And I think that definitely 100% extends to voice acting, to cartoons, and video games and what have you. And these mediums that are so often written off as either childish or not true art, they are true art, and they are catharsis, and they are in personal expression. And I think it's very common in like Hollywood or like a theatrical production for characters to method act, or for characters to either produce a production based on a lived experience that might have been harrowing. But it's so rare that it's actually pointed out that the same thing is taking place in voice acting. Cartoons are just as serious of a medium, and I think it's great because in some ways they are addressed specifically for children, that kids are exposed to those same complex themes, because it's not beyond a kid's ability to grasp. There are kids all over the world who are living in war zones and are living the harrowing, harsh realities of life. So it's definitely something that kids can digest, and I think it's really crucial that we introduce these themes to children while they're young, because that develops cognizantly aware adults with empathetic tendencies and who can understand the feelings behind these complex social issues instead of just a black and white, oh, this policy or this thing or that thing, and think about the people behind it. Sorry, I went on a little soapbox raid. Growing up, I very much identified with Katara. Also, I wanted to say, Mel, you mentioned how you skipped this one on the reruns, and it triggered in my brain. I 100% remember this episode and The Great Divide being like one of the number one rerun episodes. Like it was always on.
Right? Oh man, especially the Great
Literally,
Divide.
like every The Great Divide was on every single day, bro.
You were
It
talking
was
oh,
always
sorry, you were talking about animation and like people. I feel like a lot of people don't like forget animation. Like people forget how flexible it is. Like,
Yes, thank you. It's literally such a universal, and people want to
Like-
talk about, oh, this can't work in a live action, meh. Okay, fine, but it definitely 100% can work in an animation sphere. It gives you so much creative freedom, so many liberties and things to play with and cinematic devices. Sorry, I'm going on a tirade. I
I
agree.
don't like how and I don't like how people are just so quick to write it off as no, it's for kids. It's
You know,
It's
I
a
dare them to
closed-minded
say
and
that
ignorant
about the DCAU. I dare them.
you know what gets me. You know what gets me about the whole it won't work in a live action scenario when every movie today is all animated. It becomes less
with CGI.
CGI,
it becomes less of an argument anymore
Yeah.
because now everything is possible. What are you talking about?
And you know what bothers me about the whole animation is for kids argument is that shows like The Simpsons and Family Guy and
Right.
South Park have been
Yes.
in the air for
Family
literal
Guy,
decades,
South
and
American Dad, yeah.
those shows are not for kids.
Absolutely. And I
Yeah.
remember one time my mom like
BoJack
came in the
Horseman.
room and my little 5-year-old brother had found like Family Guy on Netflix. And she
King
didn't
of the
clock
Hill.
it at first because it was animated.
Jacob,
And
were
then
you
she
saying
paid
something?
attention. Sorry.
Jacob, are you saying something?
No, I'm just adding on to the list.
Oh, okay. Continue, Cal. Sorry.
Sorry, yeah. So yeah, she didn't clock that it was what it was at first because obviously she wasn't watching that show. She wasn't paying attention to, oh, I recognize that character. So she didn't clock it at first until like she actually like tuned into what was being said, and then it occurred to her, oh, hey, wait a second, this is that wildly inappropriate thing that my child at 5 years old should not be watching. Absolutely not. And I also think the same thing with anime. So many parents, especially like in the American sphere, oh, well, anime, it's animated, it's a cartoon, it is for children, there's nothing of merit in it, or it's very, very childish themes and very age appropriate topic stuff, like content. But that's not the case. For example, plenty of shows, I'm sure, as we know, have gore, have nudity, have sexual topics and references and very adult themes or very complex adult themes.
Naruto and
that are
Sasuke
not
kiss in the 3rd episode of Naruto, and I
Yeah.
don't think most parents
Episode
would
1 of
approve.
Demon Slayer, episode 1 of Demon Slayer,
Yeah.
I was already like, yeah, kids, sure.
And
sure,
not to
buddy.
say that you can't have something that is very complex and multifaceted and a lot of nuance and like mature themes and not have it be kid appropriate. That does exist, and Avatar for one is proof of that. But on the other hand, there are a lot of things that do have very mature content, very mature themes, and blood and gore and sex and violence and topics that a child should not be introduced to, let alone through a show that's not their job to educate your child, but rather to build their story. And so I think so many parents don't realize what the heck their children are intaking. And my sister-in-law is a teacher right now. She's teaching 4th grade, and she says, yeah, because she watches anime with me and my brother and my family, yada yada. And she'll be like, yeah, I have kids who are like, oh, this is my favorite anime, or I love this one. And she's like, that is not appropriate for them whatsoever, because she herself has watched it. But so many of these parents have no clue and are not even willing to look into it.
I'm very sorry, Cal. I could listen to you talk all day, like in
No,
general,
I'm gonna
and
shut up. I'm so
specifically about
sorry.
this.
I love you
But
forever.
unfortunately, it is
apologizing,
not day
Cal.
anymore. It is night for me, and
It
I
is-
really need to go.
All right.
It's almost morning.
approaching midnight on the
That
West
is
Coast.
valid, and also I love you, James.
Have a good night.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah, good
See
Good night, Iris.
Whatever is left of this, it was so nice to just watch this with y'all, and it's Kyle, it's always a treat hanging out with you, and
I love you, Iris.
I love you more.
Is that a challenge?
Agni Kai is sounding love right there. Throw it down, Agni Kai style.
What you said
Sundown.
Love breathing form.
Agni Kai, you and me. Wait,
Iris,
we're
it's been
not
a pleasure.
firebenders.
Love breathing mind.
Will make sparks.
Oh my god.
You and me?
All
Always.
right, Jacob.
All right.
You have the floor now.
Yes.
Oh,
Any last minute quips?
Good
I
luck.
mean, I don't really have
the
much
rest
to
of the
say. I don't really have much to say that hasn't already been said.
Yeah.
I mean, just a great episode for Katara, building her character up. It was kind of funny at the beginning. It was Sokka. It was like we got to be approached with caution. Katara's already there, like, hey,
Hi.
hey, how you doing?
My name's Katara.
It's Katara.
And she
And then she just
announces-
barged into his home. It's like, what are you doing? Like, where are your manners?
Those first 2 episodes, I have a note somewhere when I first watched this,
It
that I wrote
It
down.
was kind of funny to me.
Yeah.
Nobody listens to Sokka. It's funny.
Just the guy with the boomerang. Alrighty then. So if we're done, okay, quick thing before we wrap up here. We're going on 4 hours now. And considering we watched an hour's worth of content, so we have been speaking for a
Yes.
very long.
I mean, that was
time.
the same amount
mean-
of time last stream was too.
Yeah,
Hey,
but I'm just now
that
more
just goes to show
recognizing
how much time we could spend talking about
Yeah,
this show.
I was gonna say I really like with this series how much thought-provoking conversation we can
Yeah.
have over an hour's worth of content. Like
Mhm.
our streams for the live action were about as long, maybe a little longer, simply because of the episode lengths. But we, like we watched a lot more content and didn't have proportionally the
less.
same amount of discussion.
Yeah.
Oh, a
So,
quick note. Wanted to go back to Kevin Michael Richardson for a moment. I just remembered he's also an underrated Joker.
I love this Joker. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, in the Batman. Oh, I gotta watch
the
that
2004
animation.
one.
Yeah.
Shit, I gotta watch
Oh,
that.
that's right. That's right.
Yeah,
I haven't seen that either.
On my to watch list. Thank you, Jacob.
Alrighty then. So yeah, we have been. I was just realized I'm now taking the host role. I'm now taking the face person role since
Alright.
our face role. Yeah. So we're wrapping up here. Yeah. So that was the I forget the one where they go to the rock place, the one where they find the girls, and the one where they toss coal at people. Those 3 episodes. That's our watch through, our opinions and our thoughts and our.
All
I
earth
think Talon raises an excellent point. He said, "Yeah, but Cal has been talking."
Cow. Wait, why is cow in quotation marks?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Like, wait, are we all becoming cow? Is that how this is?
It's a hive mind.
The
It's
collective,
a hive.
the
Yes.
collective cow.
Are we just
Cosmology challenge?
Communal cow, if you will.
The communal
cow-munal.
Oh, that's our time, folks.
all right, I'm gonna end the
Thank
stream.
you. I'll be
Good
here all
night,
week.
everyone.
Alrighty.
Good night, everyone.
And if you,
Thank-
thanks for joining, guys, and be sure to come join us next week. We'll be watching.
And
some
check
more.
out our merch. It's linked in our bio.
And
Check out our
tomorrow,
link tree on the description.
if we get lucky, Spider might try to assassinate Zuko again tomorrow.
Oh, sweet lord.
Dishonored.
Don't worry, she has her sister there.
That's even more reason to be worried.
All right.
Don't worry, you know what? He's doomed. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us.
Thanks for joining the Book 4
Feedback
Airstream.
Times.
Yeah,
A
good
channel.
night.
All
Good
right.
night, Tri-State area.
Have a good night, everyone.
Good night,
Till
everybody.
next time.